Okay, so last week we actually started last week meaning day before yesterday on Monday. We started off the pseudocode, but we talked only till the while loop. We did not talk about the next set of steps. So what I'll do is I'll today talk about the what do you call repeat and loop as well. And I mean, just introduce you all to the repeat and loop as well. And then we can start off with the questions we have for them. So after we finish the questions, we can go off to the what do you call flowchart. Okay, so let's start off. But before we start off, how many of you all were not there when I was doing the while loop last week? That is like this question, which is there at the right side. How many of you all were not there? Okay, so for those who are not there during that time period, so we'll be discussing while loop here as well. So I think there are 2 or 3 questions I have while loop. 1, 2. I think I have 2 questions while loop. So we'll be discussing while loop there as well. So then there won't be an issue. You can catch it up. Okay. Okay, so instead of doing repeat and a loop first and then going off with the question, I'll do something like this. We'll go off with the questions. That means, first of all, let's discuss questions which are based on only input versus output, and then selection type questions, and then while loop questions, and then let's go off to repeat until. So then we can go in the proper order. Okay, so then we'll be able to cover all of those sections and move on to the flowchart. So there won't be any issues. Yeah, let's go off with the questions then. So, if you all were there last week, we talked about certain English terms we used in pseudocodes. If you can remember, we used an English term called begin, we used an English term called end, we used some terms called input, process, output, calculate, again. We use different input, some English terms for certain functions. So here in the previous page, I think I have given you all what does each word mean? Why do we use each words? So you all can refer that as well. But because we did that already last week, I'll not be taking that again today. So today, let's go off to the questions, and then when we are going through the questions, you might come through some problems, issues, and all. So then we can go discuss those and solve all and go on smooth. That would be better, I guess. So let's start off with actually the input process output program. So I have categorized the questions for each scenarios. That means questions related to only input plus output, and then we'll be going off to the other categories as well. So talking of the input plus output program, okay, which means the program which is going to contain only an input, and you process the input and give the output. Okay. So let's take a scenario of you want to find the area of a circle. All of you all would have learned that, I think, at least in grade 9 or 10 maths. You all, I think, yeah, grade 9 or 10 maths, you all know how to find the area of a circle. So what's the equation we normally use to find the area of a circle? Yeah. Yes, to find the area of a circle, the equation we use is pi r squared. Pi r squared. So now, when we want to find the area of a circle using a program, first of all, we should know the value of pi. We should know the value of r as well. So if you know these two values only, we can find the area of a circle. So now we are going to create a program in such a way that the radius is going to be given by the user. Who is the user? The user is the person who is going to use this program, who is going to execute this program, basically. Okay. So we are going to make a program in such a way that the user is going to input the radius, and based on the radius he enters, we are going to find the area. So in that case, we are going to have the value of pi going to be fixed. We are going to ask the user the value of pi. So normally we can use, if you all are good with maths, you all know we can use either 22/7 or else 3.14 as the value for pi. Both are applicable. So in this situation, in this case, I'll be going off with 22/7, but you're free to use any of them. If you want, you can use 3.14 or 22/7. Both are correct. So normally how it will work is, as usual, you all know the structure of a pseudocode. Initially, what we do is we write the word begin. Okay. So the word begin, as I mentioned here, it defines the beginning of the program, which means it tells, okay, the program is going to start from here. And then what we do is we are going to get the radius from the user, because based on each user, we want the program to be able to cater them. Now, for example, you want to enter the radius as 5, and your friend wants to enter the radius 6, another person wants 7. We have to make one program which can, which can cater all three of you. We are not going to make separate programs for each one of you, which are customized only for you. We're going to make one common program where you enter the radius, you get the area, something like that. So for that, first of all, we need the radius. Without the radius, we will not be able to do the calculation. And once we get the radius, that's what is meaning from this line. The word input radius is basically meaning that you're asking the user to enter the radius. And once the user enters the radius, what you're going to do is you're going to do a certain calculation. So in this case, the calculation is what? Area is equal to 22/7 into radius. So in this part, you will notice there's something here called radius into radius. Okay. So this radius is actually the value the user entered here. Initially, user will enter value. No? That value is really brought here. So now you already have the doubt. Can't we put here instead of radius and radius, can't we put r? So if you put r here, it's better you put here input radius as r. Okay. So if you want to put here as, if you want to change this to like something like, like 22/7 into r, something like that, then what you should do for this statement, the input statement, you should be like input radius as r. So only if you put the part as input radius as r, we can execute this. Because if there is no meaning if you put r into r, okay, the r here is radius, but another person who refers your pseudocode will not know. So it's better if you want to put r here, r, it's better you write here as r. Okay, now? Okay. And the next statement, this is going to be doing a process, which means it's going to take your input, and based on your input, we are going to do some certain calculation, which is the processing. And once we do the processing, which is we found the area, we are going to show the user, okay, the area is actually 22/7 into the value entered. So for example, if the user enters the value 7 as the radius, so that's going to give me the area as 22 into 7, that's going to be equal to 7. How much? 154. So if the user enters a radius as 7, that's going to give me 154. Likewise, based on the value the user enters, the answer is going to vary. So this is just a small example of a program which contains only an input, a process, and output. Okay. So that's just an introduction of how a program will look, which contains only input, process, output. Shall we start off with the next question, which is it's also going to be something similar? Or you have any questions to be asked before that? Then we input a value. Should we mention that as input radius L and then the value? It's like this. So Rashida, if you want to, for example, here I'm mentioning the word here as radius. No? So if I mention the word radius here, it's better I mention the word radius here and I mention the word radius here as well, because all three are going to be the same value. Okay. But in case now, for example, if I don't want to write the long line, so radius is going to be like what you call a 6-letter word. No, if I don't want to write the whole thing, if I just want to write here as 22/7 into R, initially there is no meaning for R here. No? Like if someone who doesn't know what do you call how to find area, he'll be like, what the hell have you written R into R here? So in that case, what we do is we just mention the previous line input radius as R. It's not only if you're using that R into R, you got to put it. If you don't use that R, if you're going to use the same term here as well, then that's not a must. Is that clear, Ashita? I was not able to understand a question. I hope that was your question. Can we put the index as 2 for R instead of writing R into R? Asim, it's something like this. If you want to do like that, normally in calculations, what we do have to do is like this. Asim is asking, instead of writing R into R, which is instead of writing radius into radius, is it possible for us to write radius squared? No. So in normal programming languages, we don't write radius into radius to the power 2. Then we normally write this something like this. Radius, it depends from programming language to programming language. Again, I'm saying it varies from language to language. But in most of the programming language, it's going to be something like this. Radius into 2. There's 2 multiplication symbol. So if there's 2 multiplication symbol, that means what you call to the power 2. Or you can also mention this. But this is not valid in most of the programming language. That the arrowhead towards up. It varies from language to language. Okay, Asim. Can we put many radius and find many areas? So that means in that case, use Muzamil, after the program finish, then the next program only you get to the next radius. So one execution, one radius basically. So you don't have one circle, you don't have 2 radius. You have just 1 radius, right? Yes, pi is a constant here. So we don't have to define the pi here, but in that case, Nakma, there is something called functions and procedures we'll be learning. So we'll be learning something called functions and procedures in what do you call Pascal. So in that time, you will learn how to do that. In pseudocode, they'll not ask you, don't worry. Yeah, it's not a must to mention this word calculate. You can directly put area equals 22/7 into radius into radius. That's fine. Second step. Rashid, retype your full question at once. I'm not able to understand the point. Yeah. Asking from language to language, the way we define a function will vary. Normally in pseudocode, we don't define functions. Normally, it depends. I mean, as per your level. In your level, you don't have to know how to define functions in pseudocodes. I'm actually answering the questions. So once if you have any questions, you can drop in the chat. I'm waiting for Ashita's question, and then move on to the next part. When we input a value for radius, we mention about input radius and then no, not like that, Rashida. Normally, when you ask, now for example, if you want a user to input a radius, we directly ask the user input radius kira. Okay, input radius kira, and think I'm going to do any calculations using this value. Think I'm going to do any calculations using this value. So in that, I will be like, something like this: area is equal to radius into radius. I can write it like that. Now think I have a long. No, this is a 6-letter word. No, I don't want to write this 6-letter word again and again. I want to use a variable instead. You know what is a variable? The last 2 billion, what is a variable? No. So instead, if I want to use a variable instead, then I write input radius as R. In this case, R is going to be actually a variable. Okay. So in that case, instead of writing A is equal to radius into radius, we can easily write here A is equal to R into R. So if you want to use a variable as R, that's the main point here. Okay. That's fine. Radius is not a variable here. It's just the value you're going to get from the user. Okay. So I hope that question was clear. So let's start off with the next question, which is going to ask us regarding what? We have to make a program in such a way that the program is able to display the user's age based on the year of birth. Okay. So our expectation is basically we have to display the age. These are expectations from the program. Now you all tell me, based looking at this program, you all tell me, what do you all think are the inputs we have to get from the user? Looking at this question, tell me, what do you all think are the inputs we need from the user? From the user, okay? Okay, so most of you got it correct. That is year of birth. The input we need here is actually the year of birth. So some of you all had mentioned that you will need this one as well. Give me a second, guys. Okay. Some of you all are talking about date of birth. Again, read the question. You need only your year of birth. Okay, and we are not going to ask the user's age. We are going to ask the user only the year of birth, and based on the year he is born, we are going to give his average age. So, for example, it's not going to be 100% perfect. For example, if a person was born in 2000, maybe just 2000, and a month maybe let's take as April. Will you? So in that case, as per our calculation, technically he should be. I mean, his correct age is actually 22, but we'll say his age is 23. Okay, that is because at this current year, what his age is going to be. So in this case, the only input we are going to get from the user is going to be the year of birth. This is the only input we are going to get from the user. The current year is going to be defined by the program itself. The program can define the current year. There is no issue. So we don't have to ask the current year from the user. Okay. So it's going to be something like this. As you all know, any program you take, any pseudocode you take, we start off with what? Begin. So after we write the begin, first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the user's date of birth. So I'll write here as, I'm going to write here as input year of birth. Input year of birth. Okay, input year of birth. You can mention input year of birth, get year of birth, enter year of birth, and fine. Okay. And once I get his year of birth, next what should I do? Sorry. Thank you, Asim. Okay. What I have to do is basically I have to calculate the age. How am I going to calculate the age? How can I calculate the age by knowing the year of birth? Some of you are saying subtract the current year from the year of birth. Some of you are saying subtract the year of birth from the current year. What do you think is correct? Should I subtract the current year from the year of birth or the year of birth from the current year? Yes. So I can mention this as age equals current year minus year of birth. Okay, because if you might now, for example, think you are born in, most of you all are born in, I think 2007, 6, 7. Okay, so let's take you all are born in 2006. Okay, currently which year we are in 2023. So if I minus 2023 minus 2006, that's when I'll get how much? I'll get your age, which is 70. If I do the vice versa, that is year of birth minus current year, how much am I going to get? It's minus 17. Okay. So I hope that's clear why I took as current year minus year of birth. Okay, so let me just erase off those. In this case, I have used something called age here. What is this actually? It is a, I'm incorrect. Nakma correct. Shahir Ramzan correct. Yousuf Muzammil correct. Lukman correct. Asim correct. Yousuf Rifat correct. Afrina correct. Yes. Here age is actually a variable I'm using. And if you have there in the last session, what is the use of variable? Why do we use a variable? No. No. Why do we use a variable? Mada correct, Afra correct, Asim correct. Yes, we use variable to store values. Okay. We use variables what? To store values. So here I'm storing the user's age in a variable called as age. Now what I'm going to do is actually I'm going to display the age. So I'll be like display age. And then I'll write end. So if you notice in this program, what will happen? Initially, I'm asking the user to enter his year of birth. And once he enters the year of birth, I'll do the calculation. I'm going to calculate the age and display his age. So it's going to be something like this. I'll show you all. Now, for example, I'm going to give this pseudocode for a program. I'll show you how the program is going to make this program. Okay. What the program is going to do is it's going to be like ignore this code, okay? Please just I just want to show the output of this, so just ignore what am I typing here. I think that's called library. Okay. So if you notice here, I'll again run the program. When I run the program, initially it's going to ask me my year of birth. Okay. So think I'm going to enter here 2006. So when I enter 2006, it will do the calculation and tell me my age. Okay? You are 17 years old. So for example, if I enter my year of birth as 1999, it's going to give me as you are 24 years old. If I enter my year of birth as 2022, it's going to give me my year 1 year old. Okay. So what the program is doing, the program is asking me to enter my year of birth, and based on my year of birth, it will do the calculation, it will do the processing and give me my age. Okay. So that's how this program works. Any question? Okay. Let's go off to the next question. I'm going to give this question for you all to do alone, but before that, I have to tell a small thing for you all. There is something called concatenation we'll be using here. Okay. In this question, we'll be using something called as concatenation. So I'll just teach you how do you do concatenation in pseudocodes, and then I'll give you how to do this question alone. Okay. So normally, now if you notice these previous questions and all, we get something called as a variable. Okay. For example, we have age here as a variable. Or for example, here I have year of birth. It's not a variable technically, but anyways, it's a value. So the year of birth also, as per the pseudocode, it has a value. Now, for example, think I want to, now here I have a variable called age. Now, think I want to display something like this. If I want to display a message like this, you are 17 years old. Okay, I want to display a message saying like this, you are 17 years old. I mean, if I use the entire year of birth 2006, it should display a message saying you are 17 years old. This 17 should change based on the user's age. So for example, if I enter here 2006, I have to get 17. If I enter 2005, I have to get 18. If I enter 2004, I have to get 19. Okay. based on my year of birth, this is going to change, which means this is going to be my age. So normally, if I know these are all text, these are all going to be static texts. Static text means that value for this text, okay, are not going to change. Whether you're 17 years or 18 years or 19 years or 20 years or whatever your age is going to be, these text is going to be as it is, but this value in the middle is going to change. Okay, so this is going to change based on what? Based on the variable age. So if I want to join all these three, okay, I'll take this as one part, this as one part, and this as one part. If I want to join all these three together, what I do is I'll do something like this. I'll be like display. Inside inverted commas, I will write this word you are. Okay, and I'll put a plus mark here, and then I write here as age, and put a plus mark, and put here years old. Okay, normally in pseudocode we use a plus mark like this. If you notice here, for this word you are and years old, I used inverted commas. Okay, but for this word as age, you will notice that I didn't use inverted commas. That is because here age is going to be what? A variable. So normally if it's a variable, we don't write the inverted commas in between. Only if it's a plain text or something like that, we write the normally plain text. It can be the plain text can contain anything you want. So if it's like a static means it's not going to change. Okay, it's if you tell this is the word which is going to be there, any age you write, it's going to be same. Okay, so in that case, the static text should be mentioned inside inverted commas. Okay, these are, or you call them as double quotation symbol. We call them double quotations. So inside the double quotations, you can write single quotation as well, but make sure you write them within inverted commas. Okay, so these two, you are and years old. Okay, it's 1, 2. 1 and 2 are not going to be changed, but here this third one will be changing. Okay. Yes. So Maria was asking, is this plus symbol necessary? Is this plus symbol necessary? Yes, the plus symbol is necessary. So plus symbol only means that you're going to join. Okay. So this is actually a plus symbol. The plus symbol only means that you're going to actually join these two values. So this is a plus symbol. The plus symbol only means that you're going to concatenate. So the word concatenation is basically meaning that you're going to join two values. So can we use curly brackets instead of plus? No, we can't. Normally in pseudocode, we don't use it. If you're using commas, normally you put brackets and use commas like this. Okay. Like this print statement here. But that is, that is relevant to when it's coming to programming language. So better not mention that. Normally in pseudocodes, what we do is we write this plus symbol. What will happen if we do slash? What do you mean by slash? That if you put slash, it will divide. So nothing is going to happen for slash. It will show you error. There is no meaning for slash. I mean, not error. I mean, there is no meaning for slash. In the place of 1 or 2, can't we have numerals? Can in this place, whatever inverted commas, you can have anything you want. You can have letters, numbers, symbols, anything you want. You can have here. Only thing is, if it is static, or I mean, if it's not a variable, if it's not a variable. Only if it is not a variable, we write this inverted commas. But if it's a variable or basically a dynamic value, then we don't write the inverted commas. Now, if you notice, for the word you are, I have mentioned here and here the inverted commas. For years old, I have mentioned the both inverted commas. But for age, I have not mentioned the inverted commas. So if I want to write what you call display, you are age years old. Age means here, it will not be displaying the word age here. It will display actually the respective age. So for example, whatever I get from here, so value is going to be stored in this. No, that value is only going to be displayed here. No, you can't cut a value from the word. There is something called trim for that. But normally in pseudocode, we don't do those stuffs. Pseudocode, we don't cut a word. There's a word called Where I put my phone on silent income. It's very disturbing. Sorry for that. Okay, Rashid, normally we don't subtract, we don't deduct a word, something like that. We just join. Only for joining, we use the plus symbol, which, so another word for joining is basically concatenating. Display input name. Correct, actually. Normally it varies from programming language to programming language, but normally in pseudocode we don't use a trim. So in that case, we'll write the whole sentence. We'll be like, no, if you whatever you want, you're going to write there. Now, for example, think you, I mean, these others don't take this serious. Okay, this is for Rashid only. For example, think a person entered Amal Pereira, and you want only the first name, which is Amal. So then you will be like, and now let's say we store this whole value, the whole value Amal Pereira thing we stored it to a variable called name. So then you will be like, trim the first value of name. You're going to write in full English. In full form of English will be writing like, trim the first value from something like that. Actually, I don't think too much about that because you talk about that. You learn something called functions, and we learn the programming language. So there only will get something like. No, Amal name won't go away because we have already stored in a variable. So it will be something like this actually, if you really want to know it. So for example, think we have something called name equals Amal Pereira. So that will be like display. No, I'll be something like this. I'll be like if name, that means first name is equal to trim. Right, trim first value of name. Trim first value of name, and then I'll be like display if name. So the Amal Pereira is already there in name, and the word Amal I'll be storing another variable for if name. So I'm going to use two variables here. Don't think about trim here because trim is actually unnecessary for all here. You will learn that is all necessary. It's a function actually. So normally we don't use trim in what you call pseudocodes. There's something called functions we learn in Pascal actually we learn that. So trim is relevant to that only. There's a function called trim. So if you want, you can trim spaces, you can trim characters. It depends on what you want. So is this question clear for? I mean, is the concatenation part clear for? Anyone having any questions regarding the concatenation part? So make sure that you have in your mind that if you want to concatenate two values, you basically use the plus symbol, and that is first point. The second point is if it's a text or something, a static value, then write the static value within inverted commas. And if it's a dynamic value, which means it's going to change based on something, that value just write without inverted commas. That's the format. Okay. So if that is clear for you all, and if you all know, if you are thorough with these sections, then what I want you all to do is do this next part, which is write a program that asks the user to enter their name and age, and then print out a message saying, hello name, you are 8 years old. Okay. Yeah, I'll give a prayer break. Don't worry. So what I want you all to do is you'll have to write the answer for this question, and you can WhatsApp it to me. WhatsApp the picture to 077 277 9798. Once you're done, WhatsApp it to me, and you can go and pray. So I think 2 minutes is more than enough for this question, or 3 minutes is more than enough for this question. So by 6:45, finish this question and send me the answers, and I'll give you a time until 6:50 to pray and come. I hope that's more than enough. So you can pray Maghrib and come, and we'll be continuing the next part from 6:50. So first of all, write the answer for this question. Okay. Write your pseudocode answer to this question and WhatsApp it to this number. Okay. And at 6:50 we'll be continuing. Okay, I got one answer, two answers. One is from Yunus and one is from Mariam. Mariam and Ahmad sent actually. And Ahmad sent through the chat and Yunus sent through WhatsApp. I'll check your answers anyways. I hope all of you all are back. I checked a few answers. I'm still checking. Actually, you don't have to mention the word process, calculate or something in this. Okay, you can just mention here. What do you call display? Nabiha, yes, can. I don't know, not 3, we need 4, right? Nabiha, 4 total, I'll show you it. Some of them I'm replying wrong. I'll tell you why you're wrong. Huh? Right, let's begin about the ask me, that's fine. Nabiha, you have tried doing Python. That's not how you do it. I'll show you. Right. Don't use square brackets. I have used square brackets just to show the differentiation. Don't use square brackets. Huh? I am not still, what do you call screen sharing? I'm not still writing it. I'm still going through your answers. When the question I have given you square brackets just to show you that it's a different thing here. Okay, I hope I saw all of your answers. When I was not talking, I was just going through your answers. Anyways, should we use blah blah blah? Ask him which. Ask him I check the Python data. Anyways, I'll be sent again. Check. Now what we have sent is algorithm, not pseudocode. I'll show you how to write it. Now what you sent is pseudocode. Anyways, okay. So let me show you all the correct answer. So let me erase all these stuffs. Okay. So the answer is going to be, as usual, begin. So in some of your answers, I noticed you all had missed this part called begin. Okay. If you don't write begin, obviously answer is wrong. That's the first point because this is pseudocode. And then second thing, first of all, you have to get the name and age. So instead of mentioning input here, I'm going to mention the word get. Okay. You can write get input as well. So I'll put here get name, comma age, which means I'm asking the user to input the name and age. So some of you are missed, which is name and age. Okay. So for those who missed the input statement, note that there is an input statement as well. The next statement is going to be something like this. You can directly write. No, here in this case, I have got the age. Because in the question is saying here, if you have noticed, the question is asking us, ask the user to enter their name and age. So some of you all had mentioned input year of birth, and you all calculated the age like what was done in the previous question. But if you all notice, here the question asked to enter the year. I think I didn't tell that you all are wrong when I gave the pseudocode, but just note that if you are and ask the user to enter the year of birth and calculate the age, you are wrong because the question is saying that we have to ask the user their name and age. Okay, so in that case, we have to ask the user the name and age. That's the first part. And once we ask the user, then we can do the next statement, which is going to be display. I'll show you two answers. Okay, the first answer. The first answer is going to be display hello plus name plus you are plus age plus years old. Okay, so display hello name, you are age years old, and next end. Okay, so this is the easiest answer. If you all want, you all can break this in another step. Okay, you can write something like this as well. You all want, it's not must. Okay, if you all want, you all can write something like this. Message equals, okay, you can something like message equals blah, and you can put like display message. This is if you want, it's not a must. Okay, if you want, you can break this from two sentences, or you can mention directly here display hello name, you are 8 years old. So one of the biggest mistake you all did here is actually one is you all didn't, some of you all, not all, some of you all missed the input statement, which is here I'm taking get name and age. Okay. Second thing you all did was you all forgot about the concatenation being just the plus and the variable's name. Okay. So in this case, you don't have to actually write the square brackets. Don't write square brackets, you're wrong. Don't write square brackets. Instead of writing square brackets, just write plus and the variable's name. Technically, this name and age is not a variable. It's just a value. Okay. But in this case, we have to consider that like a variable. Okay. So like here, name and age is acting like a variable. So here I'm using hello name, you are 8 years old. I told you all not that for variable plus won't come, for variable inverted commas won't come. That's why I'm saying pay attention to what I'm saying. If it's a variable, you'll notice there is no inverted commas. See between this plus, okay, I'll name the pluses with, okay, I'll put a numbers here. So I'll name here 1, 2, 3, 4. So there are 4 plus symbols here. You will notice has inverted commas. The value between 3 and 4 does not have inverted commas, but between 4 and n, there is. Lukman Akram, is that clear? Okay, the thing is I mentioned about the inverted commas only we will write for static values. If it's dynamic values, we don't write inverted commas. But for each, this part, we call it like components. For each components, I'm going to use the plus symbol. If we replace get with input, it's fine. Yeah, you can use get, input, enter, anything is fine. Here also, it's not must for you to mention display message like this. You can mention message equals and display message, you don't have to mention. Directly, you can put here display hello name, blah, blah, blah. You can put, there's no issues. Any questions? Yeah, Rashid, that's fine. Anyone have any questions? For those who said Asim, that's fine. For those who said I mean, for those whom I said you all are wrong, video, are you all able to catch up? Why were you all wrong? Nabiha, yes, possible. If you are going to ask me in this sentence, is there a process? Yes, this is a process. But technically, don't write the word process. I saw some of your answers, you all are written here, process killer, you all are written here. You don't have to write the word process message equals. So you don't have to do it like that. You don't have to write this is a process, this is a input. You don't have to show it, okay? Also, don't forget that if it's a pseudocode, you all don't forget the structure of the pseudocode. In pseudocode, you have the begin to show the start of the program and end shows the end of the program. Any questions to be asked? Checking your. So we don't need that display message if we have put it in the second line itself, right? Yeah, you're correct. That's why I said you can either write it like this, or you can directly, instead of writing this whole two sentence, you can replace these two whole parts as, directly you can write this as display hello plus name plus you are plus age plus years old. Okay. So in my case, I have broken down into just, it's not compulsory, just I have broken down. So if you want, you can, I mean, it's better, I think you can directly write this, there's no issues. So you're going to save this one, okay? Then correct it, Maria. Okay. So I'll move on to the next question. If you have doubts, I can drop in the chat. Okay. The next question is based on if then else. Okay, so I'm going to write a program based on if then else. So normally if then you all have, there's another part should come in and if. Maybe I'll check it. You send, I'll check it. Okay. So normally there's one word I think I have missed a word here. It should be if then else end if program. But that's fine. It's not a must to mention here the part end if. Anyways, so normally in a selection statement, normally if there's a program which is based on selection, in selection you can remember last week, 2-3 days back we learned, the day before we learned in selection that you have two choices. Okay, so normally when it comes to selection, in pseudocodes we'll be having two choices here as well. Okay, we can either have the selection as if then end if, or we can also have is that if then else end if. Okay, so there's two. One is if then end if, one is if then else end if, which means In one selection, you are having only true statement, which means if the condition is true only, you're going to execute that specific part. Here you have both true and false. So if it's true, you'll execute the true statement. If it's false, you're going to execute the false statement. So I will do the first example with you all. Okay. This first question, I'll do it with you all. So it's going to be something like this. Now you want to find whether a number is odd or even. So first of all, I have to get the number from the user. So in this question, what is going to be the input? In this question, what is the input? Yes. The number is going to be the input. So I'll be writing it something like this. Begin as usual. And the first statement I'm going to write as input number. Okay. Now I can check something like this. I'll be like, if, or I'll do something like this. Second instruction, you can write in different forms, but I'm going to write in a different way. I'll be like, divide number by 2. And the next statement will be like, if remainder is 0, then display even number. Else display odd number. End if and end. Okay. So initially what happens is, as you all know, okay, as you all are familiar, we start the program. So begin is going to mention what? The starting of the program. So I mentioned this starting of the program. And once we start off the program, as you all also identified, we have to first of all get the value of number. Here what we are doing is we are getting the value of number from user. Whatever I'm writing green color is basically the explanation of the specific line. Okay. So the green color is not the answer, the blue one is the answer. Green is just basically the explanation of that line. And then the third one, what I'm doing is I'm doing a small calculation. I'm doing a small calculation basically. The third statement, what I'm doing is I'm going to divide the number by 2. And the fourth statement, what I'm doing is I'm doing something called, I'm checking the remainder. I'm checking, is the remainder 0? Okay. So here is where the if statement is going to start, which is actually starting with, I'm asking, if remainder is 0, then what to do, and else what to do. Right? One of the components here is actually, you will notice, I have something called remainder is 0 here. And I have something else called display even number, display odd number. Okay. So actually in this question, this remainder is 0 is actually your condition. This is the condition you're checking, right? And if the condition is true, you're going to execute all the statements between then and else. And if the condition is false, we execute all the statements between else and end if. Okay. So now you all might have the question of why do we put this part as end if? So we put the word end if here to show that the else statement is finishing from here. Or we can tell, so not else statement be to show that the if condition is finishing from here. We use this word end if to show that the if condition is finishing from here. And all what are there after end if is nothing relevant to the if condition. That's the reason we put the if condition, end if. Okay. So to remember this, as that day I said as well, along with if you have the condition Along with then, you have the true statements, which means what to do if the condition is true. And along with else, okay, along with else, you have the false statement. And then you have the last, you have end if, which shows that, okay, end if shows the end of the if statement, basically. Okay, yes, Shiva, you're correct. This code, this pseudocode does not have any repetitions. It's going to be based on selection only. Okay, there is only the control structure used here is only selection you can see. Obviously there's sequence as well, because as you all can remember, I told you all, any program you take, sequence is there, because all the statements are going to be executed, but you could order by order, step by step. So because it's going to be order step by step, obviously there's sequence. Any program you take, normally there's sequence, but the other control structure which is used here is selection. So selection is basically the if condition here. So normally there are certain scenarios where we don't have a else as well. So those scenarios will be like, if remainder is equal 0, then display even number end if, where we'll be neglecting this part. So there are certain scenarios, not all the scenarios, certain scenarios we'll be neglecting this if there is no false statement. Depends on the question basically. Okay, but in this question we have, so we'll be writing that. Any questions? Nabiha, I didn't get your answer still. Others, do you all have any questions or clarifications to ask? Well, have any doubts? Feel free to ask again. Can't we finish without, Nabi has said, checked it. Can't we finish without putting end if? What if we ignore that? Okay. Now you're asking me what if we ignore that, right? Now, for example, think after I display whether it's even or odd, I also want to show that I want to show the number the user entered. Okay. Now think this question is modified in such a way that after I show, now for example, think you enter the number as 10. Now you all know 10 is what? 10 is an even number, right? I hope you all know that 10 is an even number. Okay. So after the user is going to input 10. Now, after the user input 10, I will show him in even number, and I also should show something. I also have to maybe display a thank you message. Like I'll be like display thank you. Okay, now think after I show even number, I want to display something called as thank you. So this display thank you, I want to show not only if it is even, I also want to show that if it's odd. Okay, that means after the user enters a number, I will check if it is odd or even and tell the user is odd or even. And once I tell the user it's odd or even, the next thing what I have to do is I will show the last message I want to show the user is thank you message. Okay, so in that case, normally I'll be writing a thank you message here. I'll be writing a statement as display thank you. That's the correct format. And after display thank you, the next statement I'm going to mention as enter. So if you run this, if you create a program in such a way, what will happen initially is you're going to enter the number. Once you enter a number, the program will check is it odd or even. And if it is odd, it will tell it's odd. If it's even, it will tell even. And after that, what it's going to do is it will going to show a message saying thank you. That's the format. But if I don't mention this end if, what will happen is, okay, suppose I don't mention this end if, what will happen is, now the thank you message will display only if this condition is false. Okay. Now this thank you message will display when only if the condition is false. It will consider what? Because there is no end if here, it will consider that between else and end, all the statements are regarding else. So whatever statements you want to have after what you call the else statement, for example, I don't think this after thank you message, you have something else also you want to do. Those are not relevant to selection. Those are not relevant to the if statement. Those all will fall under the else statement if you don't mention the word end. So Yousuf Mudamil, are you clear with that? Are you clear? Why do we need to mention the word end if? Yeah, we can have more than one control structure. See, we can have more than one if condition. It's possible. Okay. So there is something called as nested if. So that nested if means inside one if condition, you have another if, something like that as well. But anyways, in one program, you can have more than one if condition. There's no issues with that. So is this question clear? You all have any other questions to ask? So the question did ask this part. So I'm going to remove this. Lukman Akram, it varies, depends. Okay, so as you all don't have any questions, I'm going to go for the next part, which is finding the total and average of 10 numbers. So I want you all to do this alone. Okay. Yeah, Yousuf, you will get it. But you call, I want you all to do this question alone. But before I give you all the question, read the question first of all. They're asking you all to find the total and average of 10 numbers. Wait. You will need a bit of repetition here. This is relevant to the repetition. Why did I write it here? There's nothing if condition here. No. Why did I mention here? Wait, remove this question. I'll give you another question. This is not relevant because this question is relevant to what you call repetition. So I'll give you another question. The other question is, let me see the other question I have. Okay, I'll just give a random question. Some of you would have done this question with me. Okay. The next question, just you can replace this question as okay. So in this question, what you're going to do is you're going to get the current year. No, you can get a year from the user. Any year, okay? Get any year from the user. Okay. You have to get any, you have to make a program such that it can get any year from the user. And display if it's a leap year or not. So what you're going to do is you're going to make a program which is going to ask the user to enter their current, any year, not currently, any year the user wants. So in case the user enters the like a specific year, what we have to do is we have to do certain calculations to find if it's a leap year or not. So I will tell you how to find if a year is leap year or not as well. To find if a year is leap year or not, what you should do is you have to divide the year by 4 and divide the year by 4. And if the remainder is 0, then it's a leap year. So once you divide the year by 4, if the remainder is 0, then it's a leap year. Okay. So in the side, you can write this if you want the year divided by 4, the remainder is 0 is leap year. Anyways, what I want you to do is, instead of doing the question, the second question, which was there in the tude, do this question, which is, you will ask the user to enter any year, okay? The user can enter any year. And once the user enters a specific year, you have to display if it's a leap year or not. And once you're done, you can WhatsApp the answer to me again. 077 277 9798. The time is 7:24. So 7:24. I'll give you all a maximum of 5 minutes. So by 7:29, try to finish the answer, and by 7:30, WhatsApp me the answer. 1 minute is more than enough. Okay, I got one correct answer for now. Good one is the number which I mentioned in the PDF, 077 277 9798. Some of you like got a small mistake, but actually stored you all are correct. I will tell you all when I'm explaining the answer, I tell you what the mistake is. Maybe here you go. When I'm telling something, actually, you have to listen to the whole sentence. If you listen half of the sentence, you are getting it wrong. Okay? Okay, I hope I checked all of your answers. Some of you are still sending it. Quickly send it and give you all 1 more minute maximum. Dark, you are correct. Okay, let me as per your search my user. Is it? Let's see. Why? Anyways, let me show you all the answer now. As usual, we write the begin statement to show the start of the program. And then the question has mentioned what to get any year from the user. So I'll mention here, input year. So you can mention a get year, enter year, that's all fine, okay? The next statement what I'm going to do is I'll be like, divide year, or I'll mention the word divide the year. Divide the year by 4. If remainder is 0, then display it's a leap year, else display. It's not a leap year. End if. End. Okay. So most of you all got the input here are correct. Some of you all think that you all are like ultra intelligent and first of all not listening to what I'm saying. Did I tell you all that if you divide the year by 4, the answer is going to be what you call 0? Did I tell you all to check whether the answer is 0? So some of you all extremely intelligent people, ultra intelligent people, what you all have done is you all have taken the answer is 0. Did I tell the answer is 0? What you all have done is you all be like, some of you I think mentioned use the variable equals year divided by 4 and check if that variable is 0. Okay, so that's wrong. I'll show it proof in it with an example. Okay, so here what we're doing is we're dividing the answer and we are checking up the remainder only. For example, it's something like this. Now, for example, I think we have 2020. You divide that by 4. So here put 4 times 5 is 20. 0 remains 2, 0, 0. 2, 0. 4 times 5 is 20. Okay, so if you divide 2020 by 4, the answer is going to be equal to 505. This is the answer. And this is the remainder. What we are doing is we are checking the remainder, man, not the answer. Okay, this is the answer, this is the remainder. What we are doing is we are checking the remainder. Without decimal, how will the remainder be? Okay, so make sure there's something called mod and div as well, which we will learn in Pascal and operators. So I'm not going to teach that today. But thing is, some of you what you all did is you all like if what you call you put a variable in, you'll check the answer is 0 or not. So in that case, you all are wrong. So as you all know, you all divided you got the year, you divided by 4, you checked if it's correct. And the next mistake some of you all did was you all missed the inverted commas. I told you earlier as well, if it's a static value, you have to use the inverted commas. If it's a dynamic value, for example, if it was there as display year, if this statement was display year, then you don't have to put the inverted commas because the year is a dynamic value. The value of year is going to change based on the user's input. But here it's a simple text. It's a full text. Whatever the year is, it's going to say what you call display the same message. So in that case, don't forget to put the inverted commas. And apart from that, some of you all, how much I told you all earlier, still you all have missed the end if part. Okay. So I told you all actually previously, why do you have to put end if in this question? Okay. Yeah, so those who got this as a correct answer, you are correct. So if you all had done, I think very few of you all got it wrong. So just do the corrections quickly. And do you all have any questions? If you have any questions, just drop in the chat. If you all have any questions, drop in the chat. Shifa, currently no, but I'm planning to do it. I'll let you know. Most probably will be considered as wrong. Okay. Some of you all was asking, is it wrong if you don't put the word then? Most probably will be considered wrong because it goes if, then, else, and if. This is one pattern. If, then, else, and if. For example, that's what I showed when I taught you all the previously. It's loading. When I taught you all here, did I tell you all here if, else, and if? No, I should have if, then, else, and if. Don't forget about whatever we learned earlier. Behind everything there is meaning. You should, Mariam. Daki, when it comes to programming, we don't use endif actually. We use it depends, but mostly we don't use endif in programming the language. But in pseudocode, you have to. Lukman, all the statements after display does not need inverted commas. Only if it's a static statement, which means if it's a statement which doesn't change based on the user's input or based on a certain process, if it's not changing, then don't need. Now, for example, in the same question, if I want to display the year, if I want to display the year the user entered, I'll be writing something like this: display year. So here, I'm meaning this two are same. So in that case, I'm not putting an inverted comma here. But here, if you notice, it's just a simple text. Whatever the year is, I'm going to mention the same text. So that's why you put the inverted commas. Let's see, Mariam. Afra, yes, you're correct. That's how we did it in the last week, because the question I mentioned like that thing. Any other questions, Irina? Any doubts, clarifications? And those who got wrong, I hope you all were able to understand why you all get wrong, you know. And yeah, some of you all, what you all did is, you all didn't read the question. The question has also mentioned that display if it's a leap year or not. Did you forget the word here, not? Like some of you all check if the remainder is 0 and you all displayed it's a leap year. But you all forgot to display it's not a leap year, it's not a leap year. If the question has not mentioned this word not, then you don't need it. But this question has mentioned display if it's a leap year or not. Okay. So in that case, this else statement is important. So some of you didn't actually write the else statement like else and it blah blah blah. For those who are telling, read the question. Normally, most of you all get wrong by not reading the question properly. So make sure you all not becoming any panditas, read the question. If you have any questions, you can ask, or I'll move for the next part. So now we are going to go for the while loop, which we actually discussed in last week as well. So I'll discuss the first question again, and then the second question I'll give you all to do alone. So here, now we want to display the numbers between 1 to 5. Okay. Looking at this question, tell me, is there an input in this question, in this program? We want to display the numbers between 1 to 5. Looking at this question, tell me, will there be any inputs here? Drop your answer in the chat. Okay, some of you all were saying no, some of you all were saying yes. For those who are saying yes, tell me what is the input here? For those who are saying yes, tell me what are the inputs here? Read the question properly. My same thing was I'm going to tell again. We are asking display numbers between 1 to 5. 1, 2, sorry. Numbers between 1 to 5 is going to be basically 2, 3, 4. Okay. In this question, is there an input? No, we are not going to have they ask to get the numbers from the user, or get the first number from the user, or get the last number from the user, or get how many numbers from the user? Nothing. The question I've just asked to display is the numbers between 1 to 5, which is to display 2, 3, 4. Okay. In case if I want to do this question in sequence manner, here I'm going to do this now. Technically, we want to discuss here how to do it in a while loop. But if I want to display this using sequence, it's going to be something like this in sequence. Okay, in sequence, it's going to be like begin, display 2, display 3, display 4, and end. If I'm going to write a sequential program with only sequence used, this is how the program is going to be. But if you notice here, there's something which is being repeated again and again. That is the same logic. Now I told you we use while loop when either the same logic is repeating or same instruction is repeating. So here the same instruction is not repeating. Here the same logic is repeating. In everywhere, like in all the statements are not display 2, display 2, display 2. All the statements are not like display 3, display 3, display 3. Okay. These statements are having the same logic, which is display a number, then display the previous numbers addition of 1, display the previous numbers incrementation of 1 on the left. That's the same logic it is repeating. So what we are going to do is we are going to recreate the logic using a while loop. So let me show you all how to do that. It's going to be something like this. We write begin as usual, and here I'm going to use a variable. Okay, I'm going to use a variable called count. Initially, I'm going to tell count is equal to 1. Or I'll mention count equals 2. Initially, I'm telling the count is equal to 2. I'll tell you why I'm writing all this, okay? Initially, I'm taking count is equal to 2. And then I'll be like, while count is less than 5, display count in while end. Okay, this is actually how the answer is going to be. In this answer, I have used something called count here. Okay, this is actually a variable. In this case, count is actually a variable. What it does is it's going to like keep in your head. It's like going to keep in your mind which execution are we in. Something like that. So for example, here, before I do the final answer, I know that my first answer is going to be 2. The first number which is going to be displayed from this is going to be 2. You all know there is a difference between the word between and from. If I had mentioned the word from, then I will get here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But if it's between, then it's going to be only 2, 3, 4. It's basically mathematical stuff. But anyways, keeping that aside, I basically know what my answer is going to be. I have to get 2, 3, and 4. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a variable called count, which is 2. And in the next statement is where the loop starts. Here I'm using a condition. I'm using a condition and checking if the value of count is less than 5. So how it's going to work is it's going to be something like this. Let me draw like a table and show you. So for example, there's going to be a column called count. And then there is something else going to be S. Is count less than 5? And I'm going to have another column maybe called as display. Okay. Looking at the program, tell me what is the initial value of count? Looking at this program, tell me what is the initial value of count? Yes, the initial value of count is 2. You can see here count equals 2. Okay. So that is done. I executed this line. The next line, what I'm going to do is I'm going to check is count less than 5. We can, so here I use count, you can use any variable name you want. I said this is a variable. So if you all know that variable can have any name you want, but last week I told you certain conditions. So if you all were there in the last week's class, you all know what are the conditions to have a variable's name, right? So I'm not going to tell that again, but not last week, I mean day before yesterday's class. Coming back here, the next statement what I'm going to do is I'm going to check is count less than 5, which is 2 less than 5. True or false? Is 2 less than 5? True or false? Yeah, it's true. Okay. So in while loop, what happens? What will happen is if this condition is true only, if this condition is true only, the statement between while and end while is going to execute. Okay. So currently this statement is true. So because it is true, this statement is going to execute, which is display count. So what is the value of count actually? What is the value of count? I actually missed one line. I'll tell you what it is. The value of count is 2. So 2 is going to be displayed. There's one more line which I missed here. I declare it. That is count is equal to count plus 1 n while n. Okay. So because this statement was true, we executed this line with this display count. It's done. Now we will do a next line called count equals count plus 1. So last week I told that we call this as basically incrementation. Incrementation is basically increasing the value. So here what we are doing is we are basically increasing the value of the variable count. So we are saying here the new value of count is going to be the previous value of count plus 1. So what was the previous value of count? That's 2. All of you have said it's 2. So 2 plus 1 is going to be 3. And the new value of count is going to be how much? It's 3. Is that clear? I will clear with how I got this count equals count plus 1. Any question, any doubts up to here? Up to here, you have any doubts? Up to here, you have any doubts? Okay. So what we happen is initially we said the count is equal to, that's what I mentioned here. And then what we do is we go and check the condition. We go and check what you call is count less than 5. So we all know here the value of count is 2. So you go and check is 2 less than 5. So because 2 is less than 5, which is true, I mentioned here true. And I'm going to execute all the statements between while and end while. So currently the statements between while and end while is what? The display count and count equals count plus 1. So first of all, I executed this statement. That's how I got here 2 here. And the next statement, it's an incremental statement. That's why I got 3 here. Okay. So initially what I did, I checked is 2 less than 5. Because it is less than 5, I displayed the value of count. So the current value of count was 2. That was displayed here. And the next statement what I did was I incremented the value of count. That is, I'm telling the new value of count is going to be the old value of count plus 1, which is the new value of count is 2 plus 1, which is 3. Is that clear, Yousuf Muzammil? Yes, Shiba, like I mentioned that day, the variable name, you can use anything you want. So here it's used as count. If I want, I can mention my name here as well. I can use Yousuf here, Yousuf here, Yousuf here, Yousuf here. Or I can mention here num as well. But there are certain rules we have to follow when creating variables name. I think I said it last week. I'll tell it in a while as well. Okay. I will clear with up to this part. Any questions you all have? So Yousuf Muzammil is asking, can't the first one be count equals 3? Okay, so Yousuf, if I mention here as count equals 3, if I mention here count equals 3 and here 3 is less than 5, what is the value going to display first? What is the value which is going to be displayed here? 3. Okay, are we getting 2? This is our need, bro. We make the program to get what we want. So if you are not getting what we want, then obviously that's wrong. That's why we mentioned 2 here. If I mention 3 here, will I get 2 here? Obviously no. In order to get 2 only, first I started with 2. Is that clear, Yusuf Muzabil, why I started with 2 instead of 3? Or any other numbers? Yes, all happens between while and end while now. Yusuf, is that clear? You have any other questions? Or wasn't that answer actually answering my question? So if I want to start with 1, yeah, obviously. If the question was no, it's no. Here the question is between 1 to 5. If the question was from 1 to 5, obviously I will start this as 1, not 2. Okay. If this question was not instead of between, if it was like from, then I will be starting with 1. Right. In while loop, what happens is, now I told you while is actually a loop. While is actually loop. In loop, what happens is, after you check the condition, you execute the true statements, and once you reach this place called end while, you again go and check the condition. So first of all, you check the condition, execute the true statement, and once you execute all the true statements, again you go and check the condition. So here, after we came to this position, which we came to 3, okay, we got 3 here from this statement, and then we reach the end while. And when we reach the end while, what we do is we again go and check the condition. Is it true or false? Which is, we go and see if 3 is less than 5. Because currently the value of count is 3. We go and check, is 3 less than 5? So is 3 less than 5 true or false? Is 3 less than 5 true or false? Yes, that's going to be true. So because that is true, I'll write the word here as true. And then because the condition is true, I have to execute all the statements in between while and end while. So first I'm going to execute this statement, which is display count. What is the value of count currently? Currently, what is the value of count? Yes, the current value of count is 3. So the display count is going to display what number? What is the number is going to be displayed by this statement, display count? Yes, the number displayed by this statement is going to be 3. Okay. So once we're done with that, when we go for the next statement, which is count equals count plus 1. Now you all tell me, what should I get for here? For count equals count plus 1. Yes, it's 4. How did we get 4? We say the new value of count is going to be the old value of count plus 1, which is 3 plus 1, and that's going to be 4. And once we reach the end while, we again go and check for the condition. Okay, we go and check is 4 less than 5. That is, the count is 40. So we go and check is 4 less than 5. Is that true or false? It's true. So because it is true, I'm mentioning the word here as true. Okay. Now you all tell me, if this condition is true, should I execute these 2 statements or I should not execute these 2 statements? Now I got that the condition is true. So if the condition is true, should I execute these 2 or not execute these 2? Should or shouldn't? Yes, I should execute. Okay. So first of all, I'm going to execute the first one, which is display count. So current value of count is 4. So I'm going to display the value of 4 here. And I'm going to increment the value of count by 1, which is 4 plus 1, I'm going to be 5. And once I reach end while, again, I'm going to go and check the condition. Is 5 less than 5? So you all tell me, is 5 less than 5 true or false? Is 5 less than 5 true or false? It's false. 5 is not less than 5. 5 is equal to 5. Okay. So because 5 is not less than 5, we get false there. So you all now tell me, if this condition is false, should we execute this or not execute? We got the condition as false. So because it is false, should we execute this or should not execute this? Yes, we should not execute. So then what will happen is we'll stop executing these two statements and we'll go on to execute all what is there after end while. So normally what happens is the while loop will continue only until the condition is true. Once the condition is false, the while loop will stop executing. Okay. So you would have noticed all this time that the while loop was continuing only when the condition is true. So once the condition was false, we stopped executing the while loop and we started executing all the statements after end while. So in the current program, what is the statement after end while? It's end. So end means basically end of the program. So there's nothing to do here. We have finished the execution. And you will notice that after the whole program is executed, we would have got 2, 3, and 4 as the output. So now you know that, okay, my expectation was 2, 3, 4, and I have got 2, 3, 4. So that means my answer is correct. So normally you can like just draw this table to double check is your answer correct or wrong. So depending on the condition, these columns are going to, depending on the question, the column is going to change anyways. So we use, if it is a if statement here, we use end if. If it is a while statement here, we use end while. So if it's end if, while it's end while. And same reason only for that also. So here also, if you don't mention the word end while, all the statements after what you call this will be considered as a true statement. So that's the reason we mention as the end while, to show that the while loop is stopping here. Any questions? Any questions? Okay. So if you don't have any questions, what you can do is think how we can create this program. And I'll give you all a heads up. This program also does not have or doesn't take any inputs. Okay. Think how to do this question. And once you're done with the answer, WhatsApp your answer to 077 277 9798. In fact, the class might go till 9 o'clock. So after we finish this question, I'll give you a 10 minutes break. And after 10 minutes break, we'll continue the class. Okay? I don't want to take it to another day. Because anyways, we are going to, it's unwantedly increasing. So what we'll do is, after this question is done, after we discuss this question, I'll give you about 10 minutes break. And then we can start off with the next part of the tutorial. Once you're done, WhatsApp is answer, okay? Look, let's see. Okay, no, today I will not do Pascal, don't worry. Today I will do only the, now after while loop, we'll be doing a repeat until loop and then flowcharting. That's going to take between 1 hour to 1.5 hours. Let's see. Mother, you had missed one small symbol. Think what is the symbol you missed? Today is what day? All right. Nabia, you what do you call, come to resonances class online, not physical. Oh, I see the color. You will have to use while loop here, okay? Is it Nabiha? Yes, yes, yes. Okay, Atari, correct. Mother, you're correct. Shifa, I didn't still start. I mean, I started Pascal in online class last week only. Not that much, just the introduction only. Last week only, we just came into Pascal. So you can join Pascal. You can join the class, grade 11 class from next week onwards. So then you can cover Pascal. Grade 11 is on Wednesdays from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. 5:30, 7:30, sorry. 5:30, 7:30 on Wednesdays. Grade 11 is. Correct. Asya, correct. If I answer is correct, but there is another better answer, would have done it. See. Oh, no. Tough answer is correct, but we have done it in a better way. I'll tell you how. Yunus, read the question. They're asking the first 5 multiples of 3. First 5 multiples of 3. Not first 3 multiples of 5. Okay. Lukman. Whoa. Maisa, we have gone to the next extreme actually. Answer, I think, correct. Actually, answer is correct, but the method is wrong. Muad in pseudocode didn't mention start, you mentioned begin. I check on your answer as well, Muad, wait. Wrong. Yes, now you are correct. Wrong. Okay, I checked most of your, I think I checked all of your answers. I didn't miss any one of yours. Let me show you all the correct answer. Oh, wait, one of Muad's answer. Muad, your answer is correct, but you could have done it in a better way. Anyways, let me show you the correct answer. So as you all know, as usual, the begin will come. And then here I'm going to use another variable called n. So I can use count or anything I want, but here I'm using the variable as n. And now I'll be like, while n is less than or equal to 5, display n into 3. And then I'll be like, n equals n plus 1, n while, and n. So this is one of the answers. And you can alternatively, you can write it like this as well. Instead of writing display n into 3, you can break into this as well. You can break into multiply n comma 3, display the above answer. So some of you all wrote like that as well. That's also correct. You can break this one sentence into two, into multiply in comma 3 and display the above answer as well. Before I explain, I'll explain how this program will work. But before that, for those who wrote different answer, what I'll suggest you all is draw this table and see are you getting the relevant output. That's what you're not doing. Okay. Now in this statement, you will notice here I have used a variable called n equals 1 and checking is n less than or equal to 5. The reason here I'm checking n is less than or equal to 5 is because I want to make sure that I'm going to find the first 5 multiples only. Which means I want to execute these statements only 5 times. You see, once I I'll draw the table and show you, I'll notice that this statement is going to execute only 5 times. You will notice it. So some of you, what you all did is, some of you wrote here n equals 3 and checked is n less than or equal to 15. The problem here is now, for example, this question is asking the first 5 multiples of 3. If the question was like first 98 multiples of 87, do you all know the first value? I mean, do you all know the last value? What is it? I mean, do you know the value of 98 into 87? Unless you do it using a calculator, you do the calculation. Do you know the final answer? No. You're going to do some calculation basically. So in that case, here it's a small number. Obviously, all of you know that the answer is actually going to be 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. These are the first 5 multiples of 3. So you all know the final value is 15. So in case you all got the first 98 multiples of 87, do you all know the last answer? Obviously no. If I just in general ask you to write it, obviously impossible to write. So in that case, don't have the habit of writing here as n equals 3 and checking is n less than or equal 15. In most cases, you might, if it's a small question, not a big deal. When it's a hard question, it's a long question, you will get it messed up. So have the practice of writing something like this, where you write n equals 1 and n is less than 5, where you use n as basically a counter. Something like that. Okay, now for example, think you're in a car race. In a car race, think you're starting the lap from here. You all know what is a lap. A lap is basically you're going one whole round. Okay, think here that you're in a car race, and when you complete one whole round, there's going to be a screen which shows in which lap you are. So when you're in the first lap, it will show as 1. Once you finish the first lap, it will show that you're on the second lap. Once you finish the second lap, it will show that you're on the third lap. It's something like that which is happening here. Like having a track of the lap, here we are having a track of n. So n is basically going to track how many times are we executing in our scenario. Okay, so let me draw the table and show you, and then let's explain as well. If you're going to use geometric progression and find the last term even, you're going to do a calculation. That's what I said. Then why do you need a program? You're going to do it manually. Either you're going to manually write it, or you're going to do is a calculate and find the answer. So here you can't easily, with your imagination, on the spot do it, right? So that's the main point actually. Anyways, I'll draw the table and show you. So here I have a variable called n, so I'll write n. I have the condition I'm checking is n less than or equal to 5. That was I'll write. I have a display statement, so I'm going to write that as well. Okay. So initially, what is the value of n? Initially, what is the value of n? Can you answer in the chat? Initially, what is the value of n? Looking at my answer, tell me what is the initial value of n? It's 1. I have given here n equals 1. So my first value of n is 1. Second, what I'm doing is I'm checking is 1 less than or equal to 5. Is that true or false? Is 1 less than or equal to 5 true or false? It's true. 1 is less than 5. So what I'm going to write here, I'm going to write here as true. Okay. And because the condition is true, like we had seen in the previous question, we are going to execute each and every statement between while and end while. So the first statement is what? Display n into 3. So here n into 3 is basically 1 into 3. That is equal to 3. Okay. So what is the value I'm going to display here? What is the value I'm going to display here? Yes, the value I'm going to display here is actually 3. And like you all know, in the while loop, once we execute these two statements and once we reach the end while, we again go and check if the condition is true or false. So currently, after we did display n equals 3, okay, now if we did the display n equals 3, the next statement what we are going to do is n is equal to n plus 1, which is currently what's the value of n? It's 1. So I'm telling the new value of n is going to be 1 plus 1, which is going to be 2. Okay, and once I execute that and I reach the end while, I'm again going and checking is my condition true or false. So now I go and check is 2 less than or equal to 5. True or false? Is 2 less than or equal to 5? True or false? Yes, that is true. Okay. So because that is true, I'm again going to execute all the statements inside this. The first one is display n into 3. Now you all tell me what is the value I have display here? You all tell me what is the value I have display here? Okay, so all of you all know 6. How did you get the value as 6? How did you get the value of 6? Yes, it is 2 into 3. The 2 is basically the value of n. It's 2 into 3, which is making it 6. And once we display the value 6, next what we are doing, we are going to increment the value of n by 1. That's going to be, the new value of n is going to be n plus 1, which is going to be 2 plus 1, that is 3. Now we go and check, is 3 less than or equal to 5? True or false? Yes, that's going to be true. So because that is true, we're going to again execute whatever statements between while and end while. So the first one is n into 3, which is 3 into 3. So what's the value I have to display? What is the value I have to display? Yes, the value I have to display is 9. Okay, so let me scroll a bit. It's 9. Now what I do is after I display 9, I'm going to increment the value of n by 1, which is n equals n plus 1, and that is going to be 3 plus 1, which is going to be 4. Now what I'm going to do, I'm again going to check is 4 less than or equal to 5. True or false? 4 less than or equal to 5. True or false? Yes, that's true. So because that is true, again I'm going to display all this. I'm going to execute these two statements. The first one is what? 4 into 3. So what is the value of 4 into 3? Yes, the value of 4 into 3 is going to give me 12. So I'll write here 12. The next statement, what I'm going to do, I'm going to increment the value of n by 1. So now tell me, what is the new value of n? What's going to be the new value of n? The Ramadan is on Friday, it seems. So tomorrow, no Ramadan. See, tomorrow, no, what do you call fasting? Just now I got a message. Anyways, okay, the value of n is going to be 5. So now you go and check, is 5 less than or equal to 5? True or false? Yes, that is true. Because 5 is equal to 5 now, so we can consider this is true. And because that is true, we're going to execute these two statements. The first one is what? 5 into 3. So tell me what is the answer I'm going to execute, what I'm going to express there. What is the answer to display there? Yes, it's 15. I'm going to display from this statement. The next statement is n equals n plus 1. So what is the new value of n going to be? What is the new value of n going to be? Yes, the new value of n is going to be 6. Now what you're going to do is you're going to basically check, is 6 less than or equal to 5? True or false? Is 6 less than or equal to 5? True or false? Yes, that's going to be false. So if it is false, are we going to execute these two statements? Because it's false, are we going to execute these two statements? No, we're going to execute we're not going to execute these two. Instead, what we are going to do, we're going to stop the while loop and execute everything after the while loop. So here after the while loop, we have n, which means we are stopping the program. And you will notice when the program is completed, we have displayed 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. And these are the first 5 multiples of first 5 multiples of 3. So because we got our expected output, we are correct. So you will notice here, we did not use more than one variable. We used just one variable. Using one variable itself, we were able to get our task done. So I noticed some of you all had used 2 variables. Some of you all had mentioned the word n equals 3, and here check is n less than or equal to 18 and all. So like I mentioned earlier, don't, even though our answer is correct, don't do that, because if they give a question like, find the first 98 multiples of 87, that's going to be hard. Okay. Give me a minute, guys. Any questions? Anyone? Okay. If there are no questions, basically, if you didn't get the same answer, better copy my answer. And if I have any questions, you can ask. Now the time is 8:26. I will give you a break till 8:35. So at 8:35, I think is 10 minutes break more than enough for you, or do you want more than 10 minutes break? Can you send a question on this while loop? Okay. So what I'll do is at 8:35, let's continue. 8:35, okay, let's try 8:40. I think that's more than enough. Okay, let's continue at 8:40. But some of you are asking, can you give more questions? Yeah, I'll give you more questions. What was the mistake I made? Like, okay, let me check. Look, give me a minute. Count equals 3, n equals 1, while count is less than 18, display count. So look in yours, first of all, as per your answer, first of all, 3 is being displayed. Okay, after 3 is displayed, next, count equals 3 into n plus 1, which is 1 plus 1 is 2, 3 times 2 is 6. Count is going to be 6, so 6 is less than 18, and 6 is going to be displayed. Next, what I'm going to do is count is equal to 3 times n plus 1. So look as per your answer, what is going to be displayed is 3 and 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. So Lokman, you have not did your table correctly. Just for the sake of drawing the table, don't do the table, man. Do the table. When you're drawing the table, you go with the code. You see how I fill the table, right? Did I randomly fill column by column? No, I fill row by row. With the code itself, I went. So you will notice where I went wrong. Can you send the questions? I'll give you. What was the mistake I made? Okay, Lukman, you understood what was your mistake, right? If you execute your code, you're basically going to get 3 and 6. And then, do we get questions on Sudoku's follow exams? Yeah. If you notice your lots of, you will get, you will get few, this ones, what do you call MCQs related to pseudocodes. Apart from getting MCQs questions in pseudocode, sometimes you might get in part 2 as well. You'll get a few actually. Mainly in MCQ, they'll ask these type of questions, like what are the outputs of this program, like those. In your part 2, it depends. Sometimes they might ask you, mostly they'll ask write a Pascal program directly, or draw a flow chart, or sometimes they might ask you to convert the flow chart to pseudocode or pseudocode to flow chart. Depends. The question can vary. So from our perspective, we have to be strong enough to answer anything they ask. If you have any questions, you can ask. Anyways, the 8:40 will be continuing. I'll keep the previous question itself. Okay, I hope all of you are back, and let's continue from where we stopped. Before I continue, just want to double check with you all. Do you all have anything to ask from me regarding the while loop? Because now we are going to go for something called repeat until loop, which is like the complete opposite of while loop. So, do you all have any clarifications to ask from me regarding while loop before that? If there are anything, just drop in the chat. Okay, so looks like none of you all have any questions regarding the while loop. And yeah, if you all want, some of you all ask like more questions regarding the while loop, we can do. Not today. What you can do is just drop me a WhatsApp message. I'll give you all some questions which we read in the class. So yeah, you can do those questions and send me the answers, no issues. You can drop me a WhatsApp message and keep asking the seminar. I'll send you all those. Anyways, now we are going to go to something else, another loop called basically a repeat until loop. Okay, so I didn't teach you all repeat until loop earlier, so I think now it will be the first time you're going to learn repeat until loop. So how does repeat until loop work? It's actually just the complete opposite of while loop. So normally how the repeat until loop work is, you have a set of statements, you have a set of instructions, and those instructions will be executed until the condition becomes false. Okay, until the condition becomes true. Okay, so until the condition is true, you're going to repeat it. So how it will happen is, you have a condition. Okay, so basically I'll write as condition. You have a condition. You check if the condition is true or false. So normally in while loop, if the condition is true, only you only if the condition is true, you repeat ne. In what you call for loop, in the repeat until loop, it's going to be the opposite. In repeat until loop, what happens is, if the condition is false, that's where you repeat the instructions. And if the condition is true, you stop the loop. Okay? Repeat until loop is actually complete opposite of while loop. It's something like this. I'll show you all the structure of the repeat until loop. Okay? Normally how the repeat until loop looks like is this. The repeat until loop will look like begin, repeat, display high, until I'll do something like this. Like repeat, input, or I'll show you the correct answer for the first question. So here they're asking you to ask the user's password until the correct password is entered. So it's going to be something like this: begin, repeat, input password, until password is valid, enter. Okay. So in the repeat until loop, what happens is, here also you have the begin and then that is there. But here actually you have a statement called repeat, and there's another thing called until. And another thing you can notice in the repeat until loop is that you have your condition at the end. You have your condition at the end. And you have your true statements before that. Okay. So if the condition is true or false in both the scenarios, at least one time this is going to be executed. Because normally the programs goes from top to bottom. No? So what happens here is, whether the condition is true or false, that doesn't matter. This is going to get executed. After this is executed, then only you're going to check is the password valid. So if it is true, what you do is you stop the program. You stop the loop. But if it is false, that means the password is not valid. Again, you go and ask the password. That's how it works. It's something like this. For example, you're going to ask your parents' permissions, right? One thing you want to go out with your friends. So you'll go and ask like, oh, Mama, I want to go out with the friends killer. Then what Mama tells, Mama will be like, no, you can't go. You can't go out killer. She doesn't give you permission. What you will do? Will you just leave her? No. Again, you ask, Mama, I want to go, I want to go, I want to go. Then she'll be like, no, can't go. Again, you go and ask, Mama, no, I want to go, I want to go, I want to go. Again, she'll be like, no, you can't go, you can't go. Will you all leave? No. Again, you will go and ask, Mama, I want to go, I want to go, I want to go. At last, until she gives you permission, you're going to ask her permission, right? Until she gives you the permission, you're again, you're going to ask her the permission. Once you get the permission, you stop asking permission. It's something like that. That's how the repeat until loop. See, the word until itself, it's there. So until you get something, you're going to do it. That's how the repeat until loop works. Okay, it's like this. I think there is this. Okay, there are two people here. So you and your friend is here. Okay, you and your friend is here. So what you do is you're asking your friend. You're going to ask your friend. What do you ask your friend normally? Okay, think your friend has a. Mariam is like food. What do you ask your friends normally? Let me take another example. What do I ask my friend? Okay, I'll ask something. What do we ask? Okay. Okay. Let's take this. Okay. I'm going to modify your answer. So you're going to ask your friend about about her personal life. His or her personal life. So you'll be like, you're going to ask, hey, who is that? Who is that? And that person will be like, no. That is someone. No, that is, you don't need. That your friend will tell. Will you leave your friend? You'll be like, no. Who is that? I saw you that day. Tell. Then he or she will be like, no. That is no one. No one. That person will be shaping it. Will you leave your friend? No. Until your friend tell who is that person. Again and again, and you'll ask, hey, saw you going, don't tell lies. Tell you again and again, you ask. Look for a good question. Yes. I'll ask you an easy question, which I asked Mariam a long time back. Okay. The question is simple. You just drop your answer in the chat. Okay. How many wheels does a bus have? Quickly answer. Okay. My question is, how many wheels does a bus have? Quickly answer. Quickly answer. You all don't have time to think. Don't Google nothing. Quickly answer. So I asked this most intelligent person here in this group, in this meeting as well, long time back. And that intelligent person was like 883 wheels. Okay. But let's leave that intelligent person. There is ultra intelligent person now. Let's take y'all. Some of y'all have said 4 wheels. Some of y'all have said 5 wheels. I don't know how can there be 5 wheels even. Some of y'all have said 8 wheels. Ambo. And haven't you all gone the bus? A bus has 6 wheels. I'll show you a picture of a bus. Okay. One fellow is like, what about the steering wheel? Ade. You're also a bit of ultra intelligent person, looks like. Okay. This is a bus name. The bus has how many wheels? 2 plus behind there is 2 each. So 4 plus front 2, 6. Okay, technically a bus has 6 wheels. So normally what you do, you will ask your friend's question. Until your friend tells something, you'll again and again you'll ask. What? You'll ask. And once you get the answer, you stop asking. That's how the repeat and loop works. In repeat and loops, you have your statements. You will execute a statement first. After you execute a statement, you go and check is it correct or wrong. And until it becomes true, you will again and again ask. Okay. So if possible, if you can just write here, you just write in near the repeat and loop, you can write here. You write this word here called condition. So condition can be either true or false. No? Only if it is false, it's going to repeat. So if possible, just write this. So that's how the repeat and loop works. Until it becomes true, you ask. If it is false, again ask. False, again ask. Maria, maybe. Cannot understand how the repeat and loop works. Any questions or any confusions how the repeat and loop works? So how the repeat and loop works is, initially there is a statement to be executed. You will execute it. After you execute it, you are going to see is it correct or wrong. Before you execute and check. But in while loop, what happens? While loop, first you check the condition. After check the condition, you go. So you can like differentiate the while loop and repeat and loop like this. You can consider the while loop like a movie ticket or movie theater. Now, for example, if you want to watch a movie, okay, and you're entering for the theater, you're going inside the movie hall, they will check whether you have a ticket. Okay. If you don't have a ticket, will they let you inside? If you don't have a ticket, will they let you watch the movie? Can you watch a movie without a movie ticket? To go for a cinema? Yes or no? No. Without a ticket, you can't watch the movie. But let's take the train. You went for the railway station. You didn't take the train ticket. You got into the train. You didn't take the train. You went to the railway station. You didn't take the ticket. You got into the train. And you got out of the hall. Now, for example, think you got in the Hivala and you got out in Vellavath without ticket. Okay. Without ticket, you were able to enter the train, go from the Hivala to Vellavath, and come out of the Vellavath railway station also without the ticket. If you are going in the train, you all will notice. I mean, like they don't like they check the they check whether you have the ticket after you reach your destination, not before you enter the train. If you all have gone the train, you all will know. They will check whether you have the train, the place you get out, not the place you get into the train. Is there anyone of you all who have not gone the train? Then you all will know this. Or can't you all will not be able to understand this. Oh my God, there are people who have not gone the train even. Sad life. First of all, you have to go on the train, man. Okay, normally if you have gone on train, you all will know. They check the railway, they check whether you have the ticket or not after you get out. So that's like the repeat and loop. Repeat and loop is like normally the train scenario. Or even the bus or something like that. In bus also, think you got into the bus in Dehivala. You can get on in the, I think after you went to like Mount Lebanon, they'll ask you only ticket taken. In Dehivala, after you get into the bus only they will ask. Before you get into the bus, they will ask the ticket? No. Okay, so yeah, this ticket's all like that. That's how the repeat and loop works. Anyways, any questions regarding the repeat and loop? Is it confusing or are you okay with what is repeat and loop? Are you okay with the structure, how the repeat and loop works? Anyone having any doubts? Okay. The second question is it's not hard. It's almost similar to the first one only. Okay. If you want, I can show the first one for referencing as well. Try to do this second question and send me the answer. Same number 077 277 9798. You can take your first question as a reference and try to do the second question and send me the answer. Let's see how many of you can get it correct. Euros correct. You can do the answer and send me the second one. Okay. So the second one, repeatedly it should ask the user to enter a number until the user enters a number greater than 100. But when you have done one time pick, Yousuf is, sorry, the name Yousuf, yeah, Yousuf, your answer is correct. Then Afra, correct. Afra, your answer is correct. Umayma, your answer is correct. Just remove the word it's. You can just put until. One mukadda karanne, delete karanne. Mada, your answer is correct. Rak, yes, yes. Tafreen, your answer is correct. But can you remember something I told in the beginning when we started? If you want to use, like, you don't want, if you're not using the same word in the next statement, use the word as input number as in. If you want to use the in the next question, if you instead of write number, if you want to write in, then you can remember I told you earlier as input number as in, do something like that. Mariam, no one told. I earlier initiated that question from for both of them, and then she asked you. It was me who initiated that. Kanitma, correct, but it should be number, not numbers. Singular. Correct. Mariam, you don't have to mention the word is valid. Y's are correct. Yousuf, Muzammil, correct. Lukman. At last, Lukman, you got it correct. Correct. Nabiha, correct. But Nabiha, instead of mentioning until it's greater, you can also mention until number is greater. Both are correct. Ashfa, your answer is actually almost correct, but you have to change one word actually. What you have done is you have mentioned is display the number. And the question asked to display the number. No, right? So it should be input number, not display number. Okay. Sorry. Your mama, right? I called you the name. I know you made, but I can't remember. I thought you were Umayma at the mama. Have I checked all of your questions? Yeah, right. Okay, actually 99% of you all got correct. Just actually all of you are correct. The small issues you all had. Let me give the correct answer as well. Yes, it's going to be begin. Okay, blue color. As usual, it's going to be begin. And then repeat input number until number is greater than 100. And so for those who could not get this answer, this is the final answer. Okay. So I hope I checked all of your answers. I didn't miss anything. Most of you are sent in WhatsApp. I think one or two of you are sent through the chat as well. I think I checked all of yours. Yeah, all of you all got it correct. Only thing some of you all missed was instead of mentioning the word, you all forgot to mention input number. You all had mentioned something else. Another thing, some of you all had mentioned numbers. Don't forget that you have to get only a number. It's not plural, it's singular. So just do that correction for those who got it wrong. And others, you can mention like this until number is greater than 100, or you can mention until number is greater than 100. You can add the textual format as well. And for those who did, some of you did until n is greater than 100. So if you are mentioned here until n is greater than 100, then in this statement you have to mention as input number as n. Okay. Any questions regarding this question? Any doubts, clarifications you all have? Anything you all want to ask or clarify? If there's any questions, you can ask, okay? Okay. So the third one, I actually made it all these days, all this time, what we are doing is I was like spoon feeding you all. No, I gave you all in each question the number of lines it will have for each question. So it was able, you all were able to actually understand, figure out, okay, this is the number of lines, these are the number of instructions that should be there. So just for a change, this last pseudocode question, so this is the last pseudocode question, otherwise we are going to go flowchart. So for the last pseudocode question, I didn't mention the blank space. Try to write the answer alone and send the answers as usual to 077-277-9798. Let's see how many of you can get it correctly. Mariam, let's see. So the question is asking, you know, write a program that repeatedly asks the user to enter a positive number. So enter positive number means basically you can enter a number and you ask them to enter a number until they enter a number greater than 10. And once the user enters a number greater than 10, the program should print the sum of all numbers entered. To make this more easy for you all, to make the program to be more easy for you, what I'll do is, I will show you how the output should be. Quickly, let me program it. What is the question actually? Y'all can't use while loop, okay? You'll have to use repeated loop for the question. So I'll just show you how this one should be, the output should be there. Give me a second. Until the number is greater than 10. So if you all have written your, if your answer is correct, your program should be working something like this. Okay, see how it's going to work. Initially, they'll ask you to enter a number. So think I enter the number 5 value. So 5 is less than 10 now. So it should again ask me to enter another number. Now I'm mentioning 9. 9 is also less than 10. So it should ask me another number. 7. I can mention the same number more than one time as well. I can enter any number of numbers. So as long as I enter a number less than 10, it's again and again going to ask me a number. The moment I enter a number more than 10, it has to give me the sum of all the numbers I entered. Okay. So in this case, it's going to give me the sum of, let me reduce the size. We all know here, it gave me the sum of 5 plus 9 plus 7 plus blah, 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 blah. That's how the program should work. Okay. So based on that, try to do this question and send me your answers through WhatsApp. I'm waiting for answers. Let's see. You was wrong. 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 After correct. Yunus, you have mentioned one statement in the wrong place. It should be relocated. Your answer is correct. Should be greater than. Still, same thing when you are giving the same answer. I'm saying answer is like almost correct. The answer is becoming wrong because one statement is in the wrong line. One statement should be in a different line. Then your answer will be correct. Yeah, no, Mariam, both is wrong. Read the question again. You're asking the user to enter a positive number. So you're again and again and again and again and again going to ask the user to enter a positive number until they enter a number greater than 10. It's going to, you think of something like this. You're going and asking your mama some amount of money more than 10 rupees. Okay, or you're going to ask your parents basically money more than 10 rupees. So initially they give you 1 rupee coin. Will you stop asking money? You'll again ask money. But will you give that 1 rupee back? No, you'll keep the 1 rupee with you. And again you'll ask money. Now you got a 5 rupee coin. Now keeping that also with you. Is 5 rupee more than 10? No, no. So again you will ask money. Now she gave you 2 rupee coin. So you're keeping the 2 rupee with you. Again another 2 rupee coin. So what you're going to do is you're going to collect all this money and still keep it with you until your your parent basically gives them amount more than 10 rupees. So once they give a 20 rupee coin, or 20 rupee note, Now what you will have is, the question is asking, what is the total amount you will have? So you will have how much? 20 plus 5 plus 1 plus 2 plus 2. Something like that. That's how this question should work. So once you're done with your answer, double check, is the logic working? Okay. No. Yousuf Muzamil, wrong. The display sum of numbers which should come like should be in a different format. That sum equals at all input numbers, you can't get it like that. Umama, correct. Same mistake, man. Euro, same mistake. Still, you didn't change the position of one line. You can actually, what you call, write a statement as print sum of all numbers. You will have to have a person store all the coins. You can't directly show tell how many coins you have. Think of how you can store it. Wrong. Yousuf, Rifat, you are correct. So most of you will be the mistake where you're mentioning as display sum of all numbers. You can't directly write a statement as display sum of all numbers. Think of a way you have write it correctly. Wrong, wrong, wrong. The whole question is wrong, Nukman, and the whole answer is wrong. You may wait, I'll put the phone to charge and come. Your question is the same mistake. You can't mention sum of all numbers. I'll tell you the correct answer, don't worry. Okay, so I think I checked all of your answers. Let me show you all the correct answer now. Let's take the eraser and erase this first. And then let me show you all the correct answer. As usual, the first statement is going to be begin. Okay. And the second statement is going to be sum equals 0. Which means I'm now having an empty pocket. Okay. And then what I'm going to be is now repeatedly I'll ask. I'm going to repeatedly ask to enter a positive number. Okay. And then I'm going to, or I'll be like, yeah, enter a positive number as in. So now I'll be like sum equals sum plus n. So either I can put sum plus number or sum plus positive number. So here I'm just mentioning enter positive number as n. So n is a variable. So here I mentioned the next statement sum equals sum plus n, which means I'm going to fill my pocket with the amount I'm getting, something like that. Until n is greater than 10. And after it's greater than 10, the loop will stop and you're going to display sum. And then the program ends. So this is basically the correct answer. What happens here is I'm using a variable called sum. It's like I'm telling I'm having a pocket, an empty pocket. Or I think let's take the sum as a purse value. Now you have an empty purse. You're saying the purse is empty. And then what you're doing is, you first of all, you get a positive number. It's like you're going to get some money from your parent. And then what you do is the amount you get, what you do, you put it inside your purse. So now your purse will have 0 plus the amount you got. And now you go and check the amount you got, is it more than 10 rupees? So if it is not more than 10 rupees, again you go and ask an amount. Once you get the new amount, you add that amount as well to your purse. So until you get an amount which is more than 10, it's like you're asking. And once you get an amount more than 10, you're going to display something. It means you're going to tell how much you have in your purse. That's how the answer is going to be. So before I start explaining, like I'll draw a table and show you how it will work. But any questions regarding this? Any questions, any doubts, any clarifications regarding my answer? It's like, you all do a question, it's become very easy, you all get everything correct. Do another question, very easy, everything correct. And the next time I give you a hard question, you got everything wrong. Yes, this is necessary. Sum equals 0 is necessary. Because first of all, you have to have a purse. Without a purse, you are not able to store the money. Consider that. Any questions, anyone? What do you all think? Is this question easy, hard, or confusing? Or you didn't understand? Or like, what is the rating of this? Like, how do you feel this question is? Actually, to be honest, I gave half an hour to do this question for the online and physical flows. I mean, I gave the same question in the class as well. Okay. Around half an hour I gave for this question, no one was able to give the correct answer. In virtual, one girl gave the answer. That is because I did a similar question before this. For master and online, I did do a similar question before that. But still, can't understand plus hard plus confusing. I'll explain you the question, don't worry. Understand the question properly. Yeah, normally if you don't understand the question, obviously the answer is getting is hard. So normally here the question is asking what? You have repeatedly get a positive number. First line is saying to get a positive number repeatedly. That's what is happening here. Okay. So in this statement, what you're doing is again and again and again, you're getting a positive number. And then what you're doing is you're going to get this number until when? Until you get a number that is greater than 10. That is what you're doing here. You're checking whether the number you entered is greater than 10. And after that, what you have to do is once the user enters the number greater than 10, the program should print the sum of all numbers entered. So for you to print the sum of all numbers entered, first of all, you have to store all the sum of numbers entered. So without storing the numbers, you can't print it. So that's what we need here. Here what we do is we store the numbers, and here we are printing the numbers. Okay, that's how the program works. Anyways, I'll draw the table and show you how the answer is going to be. So initially, I'm having a variable called sum. So let me write that sum here. And then what I do is I have input statement. So I'll mention here as input to get a number from the user. And then I'll write another column as is n greater than 10. And I have another column as the output column. Okay. Now you all tell me, what was the initial value of sum? What was the initial value of sum? Yes, the initial value of sum was 0. So we write 0. Now what we are going to do is we are going to come from the repetition part. So the first thing what we are going to do is we are going to enter a positive number. So let me enter a random positive number. I'm going to enter here 7. Okay. After I entered 7, what I'm going to do is I'm going to check. After I entered 7, next step what I'm doing is I'm going to add it to sum. So what is the value of sum going to be now? I'm going to add the number I entered to the value of sum. So what's the new value of sum? Yes, the new value of sum is going to be 7. So how did 7 come? 0 plus 7, that's 7. That's also fine. And after that, what you go do is you go and check, is n greater than 10? So is 7 greater than 10? True or false? False. Okay. So then I write here false. Then what I'm going to do is, yeah, as you all know, in repeat until loop, if this repeat the statement, that is enter positive number. So now I'm going to enter another number. So let me enter 5. Okay. Now I enter the value of 5. Now I go and add the next, in this statement, I enter the value as 5. The next statement, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be like sum equals sum plus n. So now tell me, what is the new value of sum going to be? Tell me what is the new value of sum going to be? Yes, all of you are correct. Greater than 10, true or false? 5 greater than 10. Is it true or false? Is 5 greater than 10? The question is 5 greater than 10, true or false? Yes, that's going to be false. So because that is false, what we do in repeat until loop, we again go and execute the statements between repeat and until. So again, I'm going to enter positive number. Now you all give me a positive number. Now who I get, the first positive number I get, I'm going to use it again. You all give me a positive number. 8. Okay. Now I'm going to check, is 8 greater than 10? True or false? How many of you are confused whether 8 is greater than 10 or not? I got only one answer. What about others? You all don't know whether 8 is greater than 10? All right, got it now. It's false. Okay. So because it is false, I'll be again going and repeating these two statements. So now, after it's false, wait, before I ask it's false, I didn't do this thing now. So in here, I do the calculation. That's going to give me 20. 12 plus 8 is going to be 20. So after that, I got to go and check whether it's false. And yes, it's false. So because it is false, I again go and enter another positive number. Now I'm going to enter 11 here. Okay. After I enter 11, the next statement what I'm going to do is I'm going to add 11 to sum. And that's going to give me how much? 31. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to check, is 11 greater than 10? True or false? Yes, it is true. So you all tell me now, because this condition is true, should I repeat the statements again or I should not repeat the statements again? Yes or no? Yes, all of you are correct. I should not repeat it. Okay, so I stop the repetition from here. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to display the value of sum. Tell me what is the current value of sum? Yes, the current value of sum is 31. So the value displaying here is going to be 31. And now if you actually add 7 plus 5 plus 8 plus 11, that's going to give you 31. So here 12, 20, 31. So these are the numbers the user entered. Now he's asking, you have to ask the user to enter positive number again and again until they enter number greater than 10. So until we enter 11, we again and again ask him to enter. And once we enter number greater than 11, we are going to display here the sum of all numbers entered. Is that clear? Any questions you'll have? Any questions, anyone? Anyone, any questions? Like for how many of us still it's confusing? For how many of us still this question is hard or confusing? For how many of us still you all have questions? How is this happening? Why is this happening? The question is hard. For how many of you now the question is easy? So now you are able to understand, okay, this is how the question should be done. Okay. So if you have any questions, you can ask from me. If not, we can go for the flow chart. So actually only flow chart is remaining. After flowchart, we have some questions which all can do alone. So that will not be done in the class now because you don't have enough time. But the flowchart we'll do now. Nothing big is than flowchart. It's a small section only. So we'll discuss flowchart as well now. But before we go to flowchart, do you all want a small break and let's go to flowchart, or is it actually directly go to flowchart? You want another? How many of you want another question in repeat and loop? Some of you are like, give me another question, repeat and loop. Do you all want another question, repeat and loop, or shall we start with flowchart? Repeat and loop or flowchart? Repeat and flowchart. Repeat and flowchart. You all think? Okay, so if you all want more questions, you can WhatsApp it to me. I'll give you all, I'll give the question. I think who asked the question from me? I think Yousuf. Yeah. Yousuf, you can just drop a WhatsApp message to me. I'll give you more questions. But because we don't have that much of time today, let's start off with flowchart. Okay. Okay. Now, up to now, we were learning something called pseudocode. We are learning lots of pseudocodes. We're learning. So basically, we're practicing lots of different types of pseudocode. But if you all can remember, when we started pseudocode, Sanit Maya, that's possible. You can drop a WhatsApp message to me and get it. Okay. Yeah. So we are talking about something called pseudocode. And I also told you that pseudocode is not a programming language. It's just a algorithm. But we learned that, when we learned about algorithm, we learned that algorithms can be there in two forms. Okay, there is something called algorithm, which is basically instructions. Okay, algorithms are basically instructions. No? So we learned that these instructions can be in two forms. One is actually the textual format, and the other one is actually the graphical form. So all this time we learned pseudocode. This pseudocode is actually the textual representation of an algorithm. Okay, so pseudocode is actually the, let me choose a nice color. Yeah, pseudocode is actually the textual representation of an algorithm. And flowchart is there. Flowchart is actually the graphical representation of an algorithm. That's the main difference. So what happens is, in pseudocode, we use only simple English terms. Here we use just simple English terms. But in flowchart, apart from the simple English terms, okay, we are also, apart from this just the general English terms, here we are going to use some symbols and shapes. Okay, so all of you all, I think all of you all went to Montessori. So all of you all know what is symbols and shapes. No? Is there anyone of you all who don't know what is symbols or what is shapes? I hope no. All of you all obviously know what is symbols and all of you all know what is shapes. Okay. So the fun fact is that in flowchart when we are making, okay, we are going to write the instructions, but here we are going to use something as certain symbols and certain shapes. So the reason we make flowchart is actually to show the algorithm in a more dramatic manner. Okay, so once we draw the flowchart, you already know why do we do this kind of stuff scalar. But anyways, the reason for us to draw the flowchart is to show the algorithm in a more dramatic manner. Okay, so if you all notice the tute, I would have given certain shapes and symbols. So these are only actually the shapes and symbols we use in flowchart. Okay, we have, so all of you all know this shape is called an oval. Okay, so we use oval for what? To define if it's a start or end of a program. Then here we have a parallelogram. So we use parallelogram if it's going to be an input output. And we have something called as a circle here. This is a connector. I will teach that your last. And here we have a rectangle. And we use rectangle for what? If it's a process. Dark, yes, you can have it. Okay. And here we have actually a rhombus. And we use a rhombus basically in decision box. Okay. If there's a condition basically. And here we have the arrowheads. And we use arrowheads to basically show the flow of direction. Okay. So these are only the shapes we'll have to use, and you will have to know what shape to use where you all have to study actually. So these are the main shapes you all are going to use, nothing big, nothing hard. So let's start off with the part below. I'll show you all the example. Now, if you all notice this example, so this example is also a flow chart which is drawn to. Now, if you notice the pseudocode, the first pseudocode we came across is, I think, find the area of a circle, right? So here is the flow chart of that pseudocode. So here you will know that for start we used an oval. Okay, for start what we did, we used an oval. And for end also, we used an oval shape, right? And if it's an input statement, we use a radius. See, we used a parallelogram. And when it's an output statement, for that also, we used a parallelogram. And if it's a processing statement, you will notice that here we used a rectangle. Now, some of you all will have this question. Okay, now for here input radius, we have used a parallelogram in this direction. Can we use it in this direction as well? Yes, you can. The output also, you can have this question of like, you have mentioned the parallelogram in this direction. So can we mention in this direction? Obviously, you can. Okay. So in flow charts, mainly what you have to do is you have to get to know about these shapes. So once you're okay with these shapes, then once you know what shape should be used for what set of statements. Okay. Now, if it's a start or beginning, we use the oval. If it's an input or output, we use a parallelogram. If it's a process, we use a rectangle. Again, when you know what are the shapes we are used for the respective instruction, then flow chart is easy. So before I go on for the next section, so from next section onwards, we'll have questions to discuss. So before I go on to the next section, do you all have any questions to ask from me? Before I go on to the next section, do you all have any questions to ask from me? Okay, so let's start off with the flow chart. Now the first question asking us to find whether a number is odd or even. The same question we did in pseudocode as well. Let's go and have a look at it. Where is that? Okay, so this was the pseudocode we wrote to find the whether a number is odd or even. No, that is, we got a number, then we divide the number by 2 and checked if the remainder is 0. And if it's 0, we display its even number, else odd number. Okay. I will teach you something called mod and div here. That will be more easy here. Normally, this is how you do long divisions. No. Okay, you have the number you're going to divide. For example, think I'm going to divide 2000 by 20. It's going to be something like this. This is how we do long divisions. Okay, so if we have a number like this also, it's the same pattern. So 3 times 3 is no 3 times 3. 3 times 6 is 18 and 1 remains. So this is a normal way we do long divisions. That is without going for decimal. Okay. Once we do like these calculations, we get a value here, right? The answer. We normally call this answer as the div. Here also we do a question, we call this as the div. And we have a remainder here, right? This remainder is normally called as mod. You are supposed to learn this in something called as logical operators when we start the Pascal, but I'll tell it to you now itself, okay? So when we do like this, the long division, the answer you get is called the div, and the remainder we call as the mod. Okay, so for example, how I'm going to use this for to check if a number is odd or even is, I'm going to divide 8 by 2. So 2 times 4 is 8, answer is 0. So in this case, 4 is going to be my mod and 0 is my div. So how it will be in like equation format is, if someone comes and asks me what is 8 divided by 2, I'm going to give my answer as 4. If someone comes and asks me what is 8, so I mean, wait, I wrote it upside down here. This is div, this is mod. Okay. So if someone comes and asks me what is 8 mod, I'll first of all take div below. If someone comes and asks me what is 8 div 2, 8 div 2, then the answer is going to be 4. If someone comes and asks me what is 8 mod 2, that is going to be 0. So before I start off with the flow chart, just double confirm me. Are you all cool with div and mod? Like, are you all, is this confusing for you? Like, this is the div and this is the mod. This is the div, this is the mod. This is the div, this is the mod. All clear now? So I'm going to use this concept only for this question. Okay. So how I'm going to do is, mod is called modulus, div is called dividend, as I know. I'm not exactly sure the full term of div, but mod is modulus. So normally if you're in symbol wise, the symbol used for mod is this, the percentage symbol. So if someone uses a percentage symbol, we call it as modulus. Mod. Div doesn't have a symbol, okay? So let's start off this question. Before I start off this question, let me just write the pseudocode for this question in using mod and div. Okay. So using mod and div, my answer is going to be something like this. Wait, okay. Begin. And then I'll be like input number. And then I'll be like, if number mod 2 is 0, then display even, else display odd, end div, and then. So using mod and div, my answer is going to be this. There is no space to write the then in the previous line. That's why I wrote the then here. But anyways, this is how my what do you call pseudocode is going to be for this question. Now let me write the flow chart respective to that. Okay. Let me write the flow chart. It is going to be respective to this. That's going to be like this. So in flow chart, we don't write the word begin. Instead of begin, in flow chart, we write something called as start. And for start, we use the oval symbol. Okay. Make sure your oval is perfect. So mind here, there's a small gap here. And then for the next, if we're going to go for the next instruction, we use the arrowhead. Okay. And then the next instruction is going to be input number. So I'll write that as well here. Input number. So because this is an input statement, I'm going to use parallelogram here. Okay. And then once I get the input number, now I'm going to check if number mod 2 is 0. So if you notice that this is actually a decision to be made. Okay. So because it is a decision to be made, we use a decision box like this. Basically a rhombus. Okay. And that's going to be something like this. We're going to check. It's going to be something like is number mod 2 the here what I'm doing, I'm checking is number mod 2 0. And also we have to use yes or no in flowchart, which is true or false. So if number mod 2 is 0, what we do is we are going to display even. So for display statements, we use a parallelogram. And if it's not what you call 0, it's odd. So here I'm going to mention display odd. And this is also going to come inside a parallelogram. And once both are done, you will notice both have to end the program. So this is how actually the flowchart is going to be. A point to note is that when you are writing a flowchart, make sure that your pointer, the arrows, touch each other. So this the starting should touch the previous box and the ending should touch the next one. So this should be actually touching, okay? Don't keep a gap. So mine is actually not very much perfect. Make sure your answer is perfectly without any gap. It's touching properly. Okay. So only if it's touching properly, you get correct, because certain teachers they mark it wrong as well. Is that clear? Any questions? Are you all okay with drawing flowchart? Are you all okay with drawing this flowchart? Yes or no? Now you all tell me, what is the control structures? What are the control structures used in this flowchart? I'll give you all a hint. There are two control structures used here. What are the control structures used here? Yes, there is sequence and selection. So like I mentioned earlier, sequence is there any program you take because it goes in order. And there is selection where the selection is basically here, the red color point, because there is a decision to be made. If it's true, you have one statement to be executed. If it's false, you have a different set of statements to be executed. Okay, so this is how the flowchart works. Okay. Now, what I want you all to do is basically, we wrote actually, now I want you all to, what you all have to do is, you all have to write a draw flow chart, which finds the total of sum of, the question has missed one thing, sum of two numbers, okay? So here, sum of two numbers. Just do the small correction, it should be finding the total of, or basically finding the sum of two numbers. You have mentioned the total number. The question should be finding the sum of two numbers, okay? Do the small correction and do your answer and send it to me. I will write your answer and send it to me. So I will show you all the previous question answer as well. You all can refer that as well. Okay? Do this question and WhatsApp your answers to 077 277 9798. Make sure your shapes are neat. So once you all are finished with this question, we'll do another one more question on repeat until loop in flowchart, and after this stop. Okay. Hey, I didn't ask you the flow pseudocode when I asked the flowchart. Umama correct, but instead of mentioning like that, you can mention like insert insert num1, comma num2. Actually, some statement is wrong. I'll tell you why. When I explain the answer. Mariam, why did you say you? I was not focusing that. Which statement did you do? No, if you when you're sending the answer for me, you can draw it freehand. There's no issues. But like if you're doing an exam, make sure that your answer should be proper. Okay. And like first of all, you write the statement. After you write, you draw the shape. If not, sometimes the shape might be smaller. Okay. No, actually, what you should do is first of all, I will show you the pseudocode of this. So it will be more easy for you. I will show you the pseudocode, so that will be more easy sometimes to write the answer. The pseudocode is going to be something like this. You will have here begin, input. You can change the statement. Okay, now I'm going to write here as input num1, comma num2. You can here mention as input two numbers, something like anything you want, but better mention. It's easy if you can mention here as input num1 plus or num1, comma num2. Next statement you write as sum equals num1 plus num2. And next statement is going to be basically display sum and end. So this is basically your pseudocode. So I want you to make the flow chart respective to this. Let me check your answers. Why is that correct? Another thing, make sure you all write this start. Okay. I hope all of you have done start only. Yes. Input in 1 in 30, something like display. It should be after correct. Umama correct. will be display sum. Not total. Because in the process statement, okay. Perfect. Shifa, now your answer is correct. Huh? You was correct. Mariam is fine. Yousuf referred correct. No. One thing to keep in your mind, okay? We had a shape called as rhombus name. Give me a minute. We have this shape called rhombus, We use this rhombus only if there is a selection. Okay, if there's a condition. Only if there's a condition, we use this rhombus. So normally we mention yes and no. That means if the condition is true, what should happen? And if the condition is false, what should happen? Okay. So normally we use this rhombus only in selection or repetition. Only when there is a selection to be made, like when you have a choice to be made, or when there is some question, basically a condition you're checking, that's where we use a rhombus. Okay. So there is no rhombus used in this question because there is no selection here. Very fast. You can drop me a WhatsApp message, the same number here. Shifa. I got actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, around 10 answers I got. If anyone else also did, send quickly your answers. And one or two of you are, I think, still doing. Wait, so quickly send it to me, okay? You can't see the screen share. Info is all about now. Info, if you're so jobless, you also can do this question. Basically, you had draw flowchart for this. I give the pseudocode as well. Yeah, Info, you also can send answers. The info is that statement I usually ask when I see him. Man really does. The info is what Lukman is saying for you. Namiha, you forgot to display the number. You had add both numbers, but you didn't display the numbers. So before the end, add one more statement, which is going to be display the above answer, something like that, and then you can end the program. Hey, Mariam, that's why I gave you a 10-15 minutes break earlier, man. Start input some. No. No, Nabi haven't sent me the correct answer. No, okay. So I'll show you all the correct answer, how it should be. Initially, we have the start here. And after start, we have what? Input number 1. So if I want, I can mention input number 1 in one box and input number 2 in another box. Or I can keep both together as well. Both are fine. So in this case, I'm actually having both together. So input number 1 and input number 2, I'm going to have both together. And no, you can't do that, Mariam. Okay. And once we get the input, next what we're going to do is, I'm going to add both of them, which is sum is equal to number 1 plus number 2. And once I add both the numbers, the next statement what I'm going to do is basically display sum. So just for a change, I'm going to change the side of the parallelogram. And then I'm ending the program. So I noticed some of you all had forgot the display sum. And some of you all had, what you all do is you all mention the word sum here. And the next statement here you all mention display total. So if you mention the word total here only, you can mention total here as well. If you mention sum here, make sure you mention sum here as well. Same thing applies here as well. If you mention number 1 here, make sure the number 1 is there here as well. Number 2 here, number 2. So the red ones all are just for explanatory purposes. If you all didn't get the same answer, what I'll do is quickly just copy the blue one. Blue is the correct part. And also, if you all have any questions, just ask me those questions. I will answer them as well. Make sure your shapes are perfect. Okay, hey, my shape is not so nice. Make sure your shapes are perfect as well. Apart from that, I noticed others all of you were correct. There were no other things which have been wrong. Some of you are trying to use the decision box. Note that there is no decision box here. It's going to be just the input statement. And this is actually a process. Actually an output. Now you all tell me, what are the control structures which are being used in this program? That's fine, Maria. Now you all tell me, in this program, what are the control structures I have used? The whole program. Yes, most of you all are correct. Actually, all of you all are correct. I have used only sequence. There is no anything else. So the tute I did not mention any questions regarding repetition, but I will do a repetition as well. Now let's take this pseudocode, okay? So you all have to answer the questions correctly, but I'll just convert this pseudocode basically to a flowchart. Okay. So how this flowchart is going to be looking as is, so this is actually a repetition. You all will know there's a while loop here. So because there's while loop here, this is a repetition. So let me show you how the repetition flowchart is going to look like. As usual, we have instead of begin, we have start. And after start, here I have x equals 1. Now you all tell me, here there is something called x equals 1, right? Is this an input, an output, or a process? X equals 1, is it an input, output, or a process? It is a process. Why? Because we have defined the variable. This is called actually declaring and assigning a variable. It's like the count. Can you remember we had something called count variable? So did we ask user to give the value for the count variable earlier? No, right? The program itself, we give a value for the count. Okay. In this question, there is no input. Actually, if you see this, there is no input here. Okay. So in this question, initially you're getting a process where you get x equals 1. After this, what you're doing is while x is less than or equal to 10. So here what you're doing is you're going to check is x less than or equal to 5. My shape is so ugly. Make sure that you all draw using a ruler and neat and nicely. Okay. So I check is x less than or equal to 5. And if it is true, what I'm going to do is basically I'm going to print x. Is print x an input, process, or output statement? Is print x an input, process, or output? Okay, all of you are correct. It's an output, so I have to use the shape as parallelogram. So after print x is done, my next statement is basically going to be as x equals x plus 1. Is x equals x plus 1 an input, process, or output? Yes, it is a process. Okay, and once that's done, we have finished in the while loop. No, so what we do is normally in the while loop, what happens? We check the condition, and if the condition is true, we execute the statements. If it's false, we stop the while loop. So if it's true, after we come here, what we do? We again go and check for the condition. So what should happen here is this should again go here and check for the condition. This is going to again repeat. And if it's false, which is no, then I end the program. So actually it would have been, when you're writing this answer, better you write it vice versa, which is you don't write it here, just start writing from up itself, and whatever I have written horizontally, let me take it down first. Whatever I have written horizontal here, just write one under the other, and the no you take it this side. They will be more neat. Okay. So if you notice how this is going to execute, it will initially we have the start of the program. And once we start the program, we are going to assign the value of x as 1. And then we'll go and check is x less than or equal to 5. And if it is less than 5, what happens? You go and print x. And after you print x, you increment the value of x. And again, you go and check for the condition. So you all can remember like how we did the while loop. Once we check the condition, we executed all the true statements. And once we reach the end while, we again go and check the condition. So that means after we reach x equals x plus 1, we again go and check for the condition. And until the condition becomes false, we'll again and again check the condition. So this is the loop which is going to follow. So I'll highlight the loop in green color. So this is how the loop is going to go. Ding, 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 ding. So it's going to go in a rotation like that. Okay, and once this statement becomes false, that's how the program will end. We use this only in repetition, disconnecting. So this means this part means this where I'm connecting means that I'm telling after x equals x plus 1, I want to again execute this selection, the what you call decision box. We call it the decision box name. Okay, the reason I have put this part here is basically I'm telling after I finish this x equals x plus 1, again come and execute this x is less than or equal to 5 statement. So normally you can write it, you can come and put a question mark here. If the value is false, what happens? You end the program. That's what happens, right? In this question, it's end the program, but technically, whatever is there after end while will be written with the no. Okay, so this is actually how a repetition looks like in flowchart. I will also show you all a repetition question because there's not a lot of time today. I'll just show you a repetition question which we did in the class. So you all can look at it and notice how the repetition looks like. Where is my view? Show it your. Okay. Can you remember a while ago we did a question of that sum of the numbers, like you have to input a number until you get odd number, Kela? Yeah, Mama, we did in the class. Okay. What do you call? We did a question actually a while ago regarding that that you had to ask the user to enter a number, and until a number he enters a number greater than 10. We did a question a while ago, right? That let me show the pseudocode of that as well. Where was that question we did? We did this question, no? This is pseudocode. So the flow chart of this question is only this, what is in brown color here. Wait, I have used count and sum. Wait. This is a different question. No. This is a different question. I didn't give you. This was a hard question. I wanted to give you. See, I didn't give you this question. You always say the online. I mean, the whoever who came from my class with that question. Anyways, that's hard actually. Okay. Initially, we did a question of the while loop. The first question we did was actually regarding this one, regarding printing the first 5 multiples of 3, right? So this is actually the flow chart for that. So here I mentioned the no this side, don't take it this side, take the other side because there is no space here. I've taken that side. Okay. So this is actually how the particular repetition looks like. You have start, a process, and it's like a selection only, but you will notice that in repetition what happens is instead of pointing this arrow to a next statement, whatever, the same thing is going to be repeated. You will notice if you go through the program, you will notice that certain set of instructions are again and again and again being repeated. In this case, these 3 lines, these 3 boxes. Okay, and in the case now we did last, you will notice that these 3 are going to be repeated. These 2 are repeated. That's how the repetition works. So what I'll give you all a homework, what I have to do is actually, or do you all want to do it now itself? That's your wish. Do you all want to draw the flowchart of this now itself? Or you all want to draw it home, and what do you all prefer? Do you want to draw the flowchart now itself or do it later? Later means you all do it and send it to me later. Like draw the flowchart of this question and send it to me. Okay, so I'll give you all the homework. Because with this we are finishing off this what do you call seminar. So what I want you all to do is this third question is there. No? What you all can do is the third question's answer. I mean, which we did in this one, which we did under repeat until program. For repeat until we did this something like this now. So what I want you all to do is convert this pseudocode to flowchart and send me your answers. You don't have to send it now itself. You can send it anytime you want, and I will correct it and let you know where have you gone wrong. So apart from that, what I want you all to do is to do all these questions here. I put master revise and given you all a few questions here. Okay, all are easy questions. None of them are hard questions, and I have mentioned from where I have taken those questions as well. None of them are all-over questions. That is term exam questions only. So what you can do is basically you can answer these questions, and once you have answered the questions, you can send me your answers. So I'll give you all the link for this filled tute and non-filled tute as well. So the chat actually I sent you all the empty tute as well as now currently updated version of this tute as well. The question we did was option 3. Please clarify that only. Actually, we did what I want you to do is repeat and loop question number 3. This question. Convert this into flowchart and send to me. Okay, that's the homework basically. If you all have any doubts or questions you all want to ask from me, you all can wait in the meeting and ask and clarify them and leave. Others all you all can leave. So with that, we have successfully completed the seminar. I initially planned this for 4 hours, and then I have taken 8 hours from you all. Okay. So first of all, sorry for killing you all for 8 hours. And yeah, so you all can let me know how it went. So is it boring or shape there? You all can let me know that as well. And once you all are finished, you all can send me your answers as well. Thank you, Mariam. Infaz, yeah, that's fine. Thanks, Lukman. What are the components used to analyze a problem? Input, process, output. Give me a minute, I'm getting a call. Sorry for that. Yeah, you're welcome for that, Mariam. So no one Thank you, Mama. You're welcome, Yousuf. Good night, Yunus Firdaus, and you're welcome. Thank you, Yousuf. Okay, so I hope you all don't have any questions. If you all have, as usual, you all can WhatsApp it to me. The phone number is there at the bottom of the tute as well. So you all can do these questions. So I actually want to do this question in the class as well. But you all know the time is, I have taken already 8 hours from you all. So feeling sorry for you all, I don't want to kill you all more. That's what I'm saying. What you all do is you all just do this question, remaining questions as well. And send me the answers. I will tell you all, I will correct or wrong. And how the answer should be again. I will let you know. So yeah, with that, the seminar is over. And you all can enjoy doing other works apart from seeing my face for the last about 8 hours. Yes, you all can go and eat for those who are starving as well. Okay, so with that, we are finished. Tata, bye.